And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have gifted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were.
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I am your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the Pacific Northwest. Hello, how are you? Today's date is Friday, May 3rd, in the year of our Lord 2024. That's right. It is May already. Oh my, what a show we have planned for you today. Unfortunately, our guest, Fonzie Williams, the Rainbow God, is not able to make it today. But alas, there is a hope. Because the truth is, on End of Days Radio, we don't really need to have a guest. We usually have plenty of stuff to talk about. And today we're going to shoot the shit. What can I say? Court is in session. Court of Owls. I'm not going to explain why our guest can't make it. Let's just say that he wants to plan things out a little bit more. He's an artist and he wants things to be perfect, and he wants to plan things out more. And I'll leave it at that. I am disappointed. I'm not gonna lie. When I do a show and a guest does not show up, there have been times when I've gone on air and I have thrown little tantrums and freaked out and went and I decided I'm not going to do that anymore because it's not nice and it's alienating and it makes me look like a big poo hole. So I'm not going to do that. I'm not happy, but the fact of the matter is that this show has not needed a guest for a while. There are plenty of people that we can talk about, including none other than our buddy, Logan. And his... Oh, there he is. Wow. There he is.
Hello, everyone. My name is Logan. You may call me L, the Queen of Blades, Q, QAnon, Q+, even But basically, I took the long way to get here.
The long way.
Think about it. I come from a universe where we were length, width, height, and I travel through time.
Oh, yes. Now I know exactly what you're talking about, Logan. It makes perfect sense to me. You came from another place. I've long
As far as, oh, my bad. Yeah, you're not wrong, because my mannerisms and we value knowledge like you guys value money.
Logan, you got a haircut.
Yes, I did. It was a rebirthing. My hair used to be way longer, but it's coming back really good, though.
I didn't recognize you at first. I was like, Logan Q, who is this guy trying to be another Logan? This Hispanic gentleman who's calling to us from the prison system.
Oh, I got some other. Where am I? Yeah. I am actually at a shelter for men that deal with homelessness.
Yeah. You had told me that you have come into a bit of misfortune. Would you mind sharing the story of how this? So first of all, sorry to hear that. And
yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. How did this come about? How did you wind up in this place?
Well, I lost my original base of operations, my HQ or whatever, my little apartment, simply because I was in an altercation with somebody that wanted to fight me, and he has brain damage because of it, and I won the match in 20 seconds. I was arrested. He was the instigator. They didn't find my case to be correct, or my memory, in quotation marks, of the event wasn't as clear cut as they wanted, so I lost the case, and I'm on my way to work to get that charge reduced. It was a felony, and the dude's got mental illness because of me, but he basically got brain damage just from 20 minutes of fighting me.
Holy shit. Wait,
yeah.
Logan, I mean, I'm a fight fan, so are a lot of our listeners. Do you mind taking us through the altercation? What started it? Blow by blow. Would you please give us the full account of this fight?
Absolutely. So I was in my apartment. I went down to go look out for some cigarettes because I'm a scavenger by trade. And pretty much there was this guy that came up, and he was already in another engagement, another altercation, because he was damaged all throughout his head. It was all bulging and red, and like he was attacked. So he asked to use my phone. I go and say that my phone is upstairs charging, and he goes from needing my help to wanting to engage in fisticuffs. I attempted to de-escalate by walking through another set of stairs, and then basically what happened after that was he followed me, threatened to terminate my existence, and I proved him wrong. So I targeted his head, and I did at least 6 or 7 blows from the top down, because I targeted his skull specifically.
Was he coming up behind you, and then you had to kind of turn around and take a swing at him, or?
I did a 360. I did a 360, or no, I'm sorry, did a 180, and then I went to go punch him like that, missed him, and I hit a door behind him. And then what happened after that was I immediately did about a 90-degree turn. I engaged him with elbows, and then I engaged just by going boom, 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 like that, but with knuckles.
So you gave him some hammer fists?
Pretty much.
Oh,
all it took was 20 seconds, and the dude got brain damage because of it.
Did he get knocked unconscious?
No, but there was blood everywhere.
Blood coming off of his head because he cracked his head open. Oh, wow. Yep. And so he was lying there. Did somebody call the police at that point?
Yeah, it did. It happened, and that's how I got arrested and stuff. Correct. Someone just in chat just went and said this guy's got demons. Oh, sir, I eat the demons. I actually had a dream where I was taken into hell last night, and I was like, there are words of power that can be used in the pit. And I just simply held up my hand and said assimilate, and they all desiccated. Every single one that came to attack me, I desiccated them. Yeah, because look at my eyes.
Well, Well, that was you, Gio. You feel that you're sensing something coming from Logan?
Oh yeah, no, I mean between the twitches, the crazy eyes, and the way you're clicking your jaw and other stuff, I can see you got a bunch of demons in you. I mean, yeah, you might be eating them, but how the hell are you gonna expel them? One day they're gonna come back and bite you in the ass until you go crazy and kill somebody. That's how they work.
Right, I understand this, but if they're engaging with me, they're not bothering with anybody else, and that's my vow I've taken, so I'm not changing that.
You to murder a bunch of people.
That attempts to happen, but it hasn't yet because I take it 1 second at a time. Because here's the funny thing, even when they do break free, all they need to be do is directed and broken down to their constituent components of energy and vibrations, and then you just send that to where it needs to go. They're basically just energy for spells at this point.
A much more easy way to go through all that instead of getting twisted around in your own mind the way they like to do through all this different logical sense that is actually complete bullshit to begin with.
Right, but here's my question. If you can see my pentagram, I do use the enemy's knowledge, weapons, energy, frequency, vibrations.
The floor is tattooed on my right thigh. Your point?
My point is, even though it may be on other sides, here's a funny question. So why do you
think? I'm not on any side, my friend. I'm just pointing out what I'm seeing.
Right. Well, thank you for doing that. Gives me much needed information that I was alluded to because there's a lot of information for me that was redacted. But basically, what I just have to say is,
I have a lot more information that should have you terrified at this point if you really want it. The sign of Jonah happened on April 8th. It was a sign collecting of all signs as if they'd been swallowed by a whale. Jonah had to go to Nineveh and tell everybody to repent. They had 40 days. And they just had an eclipse that went over 7 cities named Nineveh. First, it went over Jonah. And there's a ton of other stuff tied into it. I really don't have to go into detail on here. But we got till Pentecost, essentially, until all you guys really got to start quaking.
And didn't the Schumann resonance actually spark up to like 62% or something like that? I saw that earlier today.
You have not even seen the most of it yet, my friend.
No, I have not, because here's the funny thing. The last recollections that I have was I destroyed our God avatar thing where I come from. And my consciousness has been bouncing around the multiverse ever since. I destroyed everything in my previous dimension.
That's what the demons want you to think, because that's what they're experiencing, and they want to drag you into the same hell that they're in.
And the funny thing is, when they're all down there, it's just gathering energy at that point, because I'm an energy psychic vampire. I feast on them.
Legion's recombinating into most likely Donald Trump down the road, as far as I can tell.
Well, then, thanks for pointing that out. I'll go pay Donald Trump a visit astrally and deal with it.
Be my guest.
Hey man, I'm doing what I can with what I know to try to help out. And if some people that are on the light and love side of it, oh my bad.
Oh, no worries. I was just telling Gio, thanks for the comments, and we will get back to him. But Logan, I did want to kind of focus on you a little bit more. Okay, so where we're at right now, you bring this dude. He's laying there. There's blood covering his head, his forehead, and the police show up, right? Somebody in the building calls the police, right?
Pretty much. And they have me on camera actually assaulting him. But the funny thing is, they don't see where the direction he was coming from, and they don't see me de-escalating. They only see the engagement, not what led up to it prior, which was interesting.
Yeah, I kind of find that a little bit unfair, because hearing the story from you, it sounds like this gentleman, not that he was gentle, he was accosting you, and you were defending yourself from somebody that was trying to invade your space, shake you down, whatever his intentions were. He wanted something from you, and you were going to get it from him, and he was not acting rational, and you simply defended yourself, right?
As far as I recollect, yes, that is what happened, because the individual wanted to engage me in a match of fisticuffs, and he instigated the whole affair and event, and he made an attempt on my life. So I did what I had to do.
Chad Warren says that's so sad that Logan is having to deal with all of this because somebody else attacked him. I have to admit, I feel the same way. I don't see why you lose your home because of some random a-hole who, for all we know, had some kind of demonic passenger in him or something like that.
He did, because there have been, as of late, there have been numerous termination attempts that are done. Now, the funny thing is, I don't really react to these because I know they're not themselves. They're not the individuals doing these things. They're being puppeted. It's like Imagine we're all interconnected on a network, right? Now imagine you have an intelligent virus. What does this intelligent virus do? It attacks from all angles, right? And it jumps between them like lightning.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my.
I think that's the truth right there. So the police show up. Did they question you?
Oh yeah, they did. They took my statement, and then I gently asked, "Was I being detained?" And basically, they said, "Yes, you are being detained." And I went to county for a little bit and got that done over with. But no fights in county. Just I was locked in the holding cell for a while because I made the other prisoners uncomfortable.
And were you talking about the old ones or something like that?
They were asking me questions about the future, and I told them what was going to happen.
Okay. So, did you get court in the morning?
I went to court twice, and I'm on this program. What's funny, it's called Project Compass, and basically this program will allow me to reduce my charge if I be a good boy for like 12 months. So I'm in that to win it, I guess.
Okay, so you get a major charge reduction if you...
No, I get it erased. I get it gone.
Oh, that's even better.
It may happen sooner because I'm going to go and talk to the judge and kind of apply leverage when applicable. See, I like going into people's power or towers of power, or, like where they're really reigning really strongly. And I like to flip their whole empire on them. Hello, Dr. Robert.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Dr. Robert.
How are you,
man? Hey, Dr. Robert, is there anything that Logan can do to maybe help his situation? Anything legally you can think of?
I mean, some courthouses have like inside clinics that you can take advantage of. They're kind of there to help people who don't really have enough money to like get counted. But you probably have a PD, don't you? Don't you have a public defender?
I had a public defender, but then ever since I'm in Project Compass, I can't really do any leeway with that. I have a case manager / a PO, so that's kind of where it is. It's kind of like already done and taken care of, so I can't go back and retry, for instance.
Since you do have the case manager, their job, from what I understand, basically, is to get you the things you need. So hook you up with programs, counseling programs if you need those, job placement programs, shelters, food voucher programs, because I used to do case management. So talk to your case manager and just kind of sit down and kind of go over your needs, like what you need specifically, and then ask them based on what you're telling them you need. Is she within her authority, or has there been any program sketched out available to you that can address the needs you currently have?
Yes, there is, and I'm attending therapy. I'm attending rehab. I've had change to a lot of my medications. I am taking my medications, and I'm just doing my best not to cause any more incidents.
I get it, man. What about food? You got like any?
I get 1 to 3 meals a day. Just depends if I make it to the places where they serve food every day.
Facility, yeah.
Yeah, I eat that shelter. We have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, so I'm covered there. And when it comes down to it, guys, if there's anyone that would want a roommate, I'm down. I get funds every single month, so that's not an issue. And I've actually gotten involved in Bitcoin, dropped about $200 on investment of that, and then as soon as I did that, Bitcoin went up. Check it right now. Check if you don't believe me. Bitcoin's going up again.
I love you.
So I'm playing the market because
in April.
Oh, Dr. Robert, can you tell Daniel what you've seen me do with reality bending? Basically, I'm telling everyone that I'm Q and I have IFF identify friend foe tags that solidify my claim.
I know Logan and I did some magic together, and I feel like reality. Logan's legitimate. I mean,
absolutely.
I've worked with Logan, and I used some of his energy, and we did some things, and it worked out pretty well. It's still working out.
Of course. And Daniel, would you want me to show you a project that everyone's gotten to this point, I think, is earned. It's kind of like a DLC ending. Would you like to be introduced to Zone 33? The graphics and the audio will not cause a flag because it's all my music.
Well, as long as it's your exclusive content that you created, yeah, that's fine. I mean, our guests didn't show up today, so whatever you got, buddy.
Right. Hey, man, when it comes down to it, I just want to make everyone's day just a little bit better. And I kind of wish that people looked at my playlist and stuff like that, because I really lay out how reality works. Now, this will be 5 minutes and 8 seconds of goodness. I promise there's nothing negative instilled inside of it. Let's see.
I don't
Here
know
we go.
if it's negative, really. It's all just, it's whatever. And you got to take the negative with the positive.
Yeah, just screen share that, Daniel, and that's basically what I'm about. Because I believe in something called the Akashic Records, and I stand by everything I've thought, said, and done because it's all been documented. This conversation's already happened. We're just rediscovering it.
All right, give me a second. Okay, and I got to do this properly. Sorry about the wait, peoples.
But yeah, here's another thing. Like, once I get set up with a laptop or PC again, and I get my own place, I would actually like to go and make content and art for you, dude, because I feel like you've earned that much.
Yeah.
Full screen if you want. Like, there's a lot of good imagery.
Let's see for a second. I'm just gonna mute you, Logan, for a second, so we don't hear your background noise.
In case I am burned bodies of different systems, reality has been split to various divisions. Time makes you. Before cleaning is great, careless awareness, bridges, together.
All right.
Drinking warm.
No, stop. There we go. Awesome.
And hey, Daniel, that is basically what I believe in. I believe in communicating with art as a means of communication, because the whole point of QAnon and all that was basically a group of people that were somewhat smart. All got it's like 4chan, but actually done positively. But the funny thing is, Q has always been a shit posting and meme first program. It was meant to make art, basically. And it was how to communicate. How do you communicate with all communications being watched and stuff, right? You do that with music, videos, old memories that we all have. Like everyone remembers the cornucopia, symbol on garments, like underwear, shirt, socks and stuff. There's that. Pikachu had a black tip on his tail, and Ash was in a coma when in that story of Pokemon and stuff. And Mandela did die in prison, and the Tank Man was not run over on live TV. That's the universe where I come from. The Berenstein Bears, not Stein.
And Logan, you're in a shelter, right? You're not in jail or anything like that.
No, if I was in jail, how would I be able to communicate? I'm good, but I'm not that good.
That's true.
He snuck the cell phone in.
What's that, Clint?
He snuck the cell phone in. I'm just joking.
Interdimensional, I activate the bag of holding from Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, here's something that took me 32 years to figure out. You're going to love this. You want to know how I bend reality? What I imagine, I then observe. What then I observe, I then think. What I then think becomes reality, and then what is reality fuels my imagination. If you take control over one or more of those concepts, which is your mind, basically, you train your mind like working out. You work out your brain, right? Psionics is real. Basically, in order to bend reality, you have a thought that you're actually experiencing the event or item or thing or person like it already happened. That's the whole point of the secret and manifestation. What you think becomes. And that took me 32 years of research to figure out, and it's still ongoing. My equation is about a mile long and a mile thick, and it's all up here.
Gotcha. Interesting. What do you think?
Try it out. Try it out.
I'd have to get like a couple ounces of salvia and make Logan smoke it with me and in a pitch black room to see if any type of weird shit happened.
So we'll get the whole crew together. We'll smoke salvia out of a bong. You got to do it out of a bong so it really makes you mental.
Yeah, we'd have to go to a salvia legal state, obviously.
Yeah. They're trying.
We can just say that it's a one-time event for Native American religious studies.
Technically, it is a Native American plant.
I don't know why they didn't touch that stuff. I just remember like doing it a bunch of times and then it didn't work, and then I tried it in a bong and then it worked, and then I never wanted to do it again.
Oh yeah. Well, they used to eat it, and that would be like 5 hours of that. So I mean, I wouldn't want to eat it. I would only I would definitely only smoke it because I would not want that for 5 hours in case it was a bad time.
I just had the 10 times extract, and that was too much for me. I started seeing like the room, but it was, like a fly sees the same thing like 50 times. That's how it looked.
Yeah. Huh. That's interesting. Damn it, I lost my rolling papers.
Let's touch in with Steve. He says he can't stay long, so let's say hi to him real quick.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, guys? How's it going? Thanks for having me on again, Daniel.
Yeah, my pleasure. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there. Logan, I got to hear your story, man. I gotta say, that's a shitty situation you ended yourself up in with this altercation you had with this guy. Do you think potentially he could have been piloted or possessed by some kind of malevolent entity due to his behavior?
I would actually go and say yes, simply because I've studied and been a part and a volunteer of the MK Ultra program, and basically how it happened with him is how someone's personality and mind gets wiped over. It's an invader organism enters their body through their sin or evil or whatever, because everything works on frequencies, right? Think pancakes. If you want to reach heaven, it's a frequency. It's got to tune in. Get it? Heaven is here, right? And this guy went from needing help and being meek to being hostile and aggressive within seconds. So yeah, and he was an alcoholic, and that's how the spirits got in him. Get it, spirits?
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah,
Logan is getting targeted because he is, he is doing work and he is doing spellcraft against the elite, and he's probably interfering with their plans. So it's no surprise to me that he was set up in this way. But what I think that Logan should do, and I think Dr. Robert was kind of alluding to this. I think that, well, one thing that I like to do is if I'm in a really negative situation, I try my best to make it to make positive come out of it, because I believe everything happens for a reason. So sometimes when bad things happen, when chaos starts to unfold, that's actually the time where you can make some key changes in your life, which will result in better things in the long run.
That's interesting. You brought up that pancake theory, because that's a math equation. The burnt pancake equation, where they have an infinite number of burnt pancakes on one side, and then they have to, the equation's about trying to flip the pancakes to make it so all the burnt sides are on one side. And they actually, I think I went over this before, but they ended up solving it with an E. coli computer, which is really weird. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that one.
Not specifically.
No, I haven't either. I definitely like to hear that. We got time, yeah.
Oh, Daniel, can I post 2 videos? One of them is my response to the New World Order, and I promise it'll make everybody laugh. And the second one, do you want to see what a true psionic energy vampire really sounds like? I caught it on camera just for you, and it's me.
Okay, let's check out this psionic vampire one. That sounds interesting. Let's do that first.
Give me 1 second on that one.
Okay, actually, let's come back to you, Logan, in a little bit. Go ahead and get that video ready. BG Cast, we had a great time on your show last weekend. Got into some pretty good topics.
Yeah, man, I think it was really interesting. I really enjoyed having you guys on. You stunned me, especially with some of your knowledge, man. I was really impressed. With the whole bloodline thing we were talking about, and and all of you guys really kind of hit the perspectives home on each of the topics we're talking about. What's funny is that that one theory I brought up to you seems to be surfacing a lot more lately. I don't know if we kind of like stirred the energetic pot or what, but when I was talking about that we're in this organic simulation ran by the Elohim, and every time we wake up too quickly or we become hip to their existence and understand that they're here, that they end up resetting it. And this just seems to kind of continue to keep, I don't know, gaining some kind of weird headway. So it kind of makes you wonder, you know what I mean? What's really going on with that?
Yes, definitely. I've always thought it was kind of interesting that the idea of the Elohim, and then the fact that these rich assholes are called the elite with the L. I know that they believe that their bloodlines come from the gods, something like that, but anybody could really say that about themselves too. So I don't personally believe they come from L. I think L was probably one of the good guys, and they should call themselves the shit elite instead.
Well, you know what, man? You brought up such a really cool point that I bring up quite a bit myself, and that's we have to be careful with some of this content or some of these messages that are kind of being portrayed to us, because if we start to adopt those ideologies, even when we were talking about the Christ bloodline, or thinking that there's some kind of specific like special blood or something like that. And I mean, you hit that point home really hard that, we got to be careful with this stuff, because essentially a lot of this could play into the timeline or the reality that these, I call them the predator class, and I don't call them elite. The predator class is trying to manifest, and they're I guess you could say they're perfected or their wanted timeline for this new world order. So I honestly think that's a message a lot of people kind of need to hear. And I mean, even, I'm going to bring it up because it was such a interesting thing that caused so much thing. I mean, that the whole bear and the man thing that went down over the past couple of days too. I honestly feel this was a staged thing. They purposefully did this to cause more disruption, cause more dysfunction within the collective. And I mean, it obviously worked out because a lot of people got very emotionally invested into this, and it almost caused a little bit even more of a deviation between, you know, the male female dynamic going on right now as well. So we just have to have awareness of this, man. That we're, you know, on this playing field we're in, you know, spiritual warfare is the game. I mean, physical warfare can be an aspect of this, don't get me wrong, but really what we're dealing with is a spiritual warfare. And this is a prime example of what I would consider spiritual warfare. This what seemed to be just this minute thing, but caused this massive divisive aspect in the collective consciousness. And, you know, we have to kind of take into account that this is what's happening. They're going to continue to throw out these, either whether it's a staged Twitter post or whether it's a staged polarizing event that hits the emotional triggers of people. And I feel like the best thing we can do at this time is have awareness of this fact and not partake in it. Kind of step back and try and make other people aware of what's going on as well, so they don't partake in it too. And you know what would be one of the craziest things? If a lot of people didn't fall for it, it would be the biggest curveball that we could potentially throw them.
Yeah, this I have to admit, I didn't know what you're talking about when you said the bear and the man, so I Googled it real quick, and apparently it's an online debate that says that women will feel safer if they encounter a wild bear in the forest rather than a man.
Exactly.
I'm
You know,
insulted by that, ladies. Come on. I do nothing to you. What's that all about?
You know what's really funny?
Nervous and act like a dork.
Dude, you know what's really funny is I was trying to be actually very objective about it, and I kind of just said what I said to you about it, and I ended up getting blocked for being objective about it. Like I actually could not believe it. Like it just really, it's one of those staged polarized events. I mean, it sounds so simple and it sounds so stupid, you know, just as you read it, you know what I mean? Everybody's all like, well, yeah, I mean, I'm same thing too. Like, you know, I'm not a rapist. I don't walk around the woods dressed as a bear, you know, or, you know, as a strange man. Go ahead, Todd.
I've got one more thing to throw in here while you're on that subject. It couldn't have been 1 or 2 nights ago. I was sitting there watching YouTube with my wife, and a random video come up because we'll pull up YouTube. You know, you get YouTube on your TV nowadays. We'll end TV, you know, night with TV on YouTube, and here comes this video with a guy pretending to be dead in the forest. And as a bear comes along, and it's showing it from his feet, the angle of his feet on the video. Have you seen this video?
No, I have not seen this video.
He pretends to be dead. Now all you see is his feet, but you're seeing it as if he's filming it. You're not seeing the bottom of his foot. You're seeing as if he's filming it or somebody's filming it behind him, and he doesn't move.
Todd, your audio
Paws at his feet. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yep, yes. I can hear you now. Sorry about that.
Okay, so the camera angle is as if you're looking at it from his perspective, but all you see is his feet, and the bear comes out of the forest, and it starts batting his feet back and forth, and he just stays still. And as his feet go back and forth, the bear's testing him, the video's telling you, to see if he's really dead. And that's what they tell us is a way to survive a bear attack, right?
Absolutely.
And so this video just came up on YouTube like 2 nights ago in the random feed. And then you're telling me that this week there's a controversy with the women meeting a male and being as scared as if they met a bear. That sounds about right.
Well, what if it was a cocaine bear? Remember Cocaine Bear? Like, I think Cocaine Bear
totally.
There's the prequel is Ketamine Bear, I guess.
There you go.
The Ketamine Bear.
Or what's that? Yeah, where Fentanyl Bear, yeah.
Fentanyl Bear. He just kind of sits there.
He dies. Freezes in place.
Fentanyl.
Feed it. Hey, they just take fentanyl with you. Feed it to the bears if they get attacked. There you go. Freeze it in place.
I'm telling you, man. That's pretty hilarious. Were you saying, Todd?
Have you seen these videos of people on fentanyl now that are on YouTube now? All these videos from cities where they're frozen in place.
I got that stuff down my block. I don't need to watch it on TV.
Yeah, Daniel lives right down the street. You don't got to see it on YouTube.
I was going to tell you, man. I joke about this too, but Denver is starting to look a lot like miniature Portland, mini Portland. I joke and say that Denver and East Colfax now have become like a mini Portland, man. But no, I've seen this. And my opinion about the whole fentanyl epidemic going on right now, it is definitely it's definitely a plausibly deniable form of population control. I 100% think that's the case, because now we're looking at, the nitazines are coming on the street as well. And, I used to be addicted to opiates back in the day. I've been clean for a long time,
nice.
But I look at this and I'm like, this is just absurd. They're putting out drugs that are meant to take down tigers and elephants, and they're throwing them into the streets. And it's definitely some kind of it's a plausibly deniable form of population control, at least in
well, BG. Also, there was a period not far back where they flooded the market with synthetic heroin. All these pain pills, Oxycontins, 20 years ago. Get everybody hooked on them. They know Americans work till they're fucking about ready to die anyways. So they get everybody hooked on Oxycontin. And then the doctors are passing it out and then pull it back and then get real hard and the government goes after the doctors now, pretending that it cares about you. And then it starts making doctors scared to prescribe pain pills. So people go from Oxycontin to buying heroin on the street. So they're setting you up for the fentanyl thing that's going to come in down the road. Population reduction.
Well, that's exactly what happened to me. I how it all happened to me was I was 16 years old. We were at a house party, and the cops ended up showing up. So I jumped over a fence. I didn't see the 12-foot drop after I jumped over the fence. Yeah, that was pretty. It was an interesting.
Must have been a great party. Must have been a great party. Yeah.
It was a great party. No, I dislocated my shoulder. So I dislocated it pretty badly. I ended up tearing the tendon in it. I did end up getting surgery on it when I was 19. It's fixed now. But what happened was I went to an orthopedic doctor and he started giving me 90 counts of Darvocet with no refills. And freaking and so I'm a young 16-year-old kid. I'm taking these pills every day, and I'm like, man, I can see why people like this shit, because it makes you feel good. You know what I mean? And then 6 months later, he decides he wants to cut me off. Of course, I had no idea what was about to happen to me. I was young, and I was like, all right, cool. I don't need him anymore. After 2 days, I was in a world of hurt. I was withdrawing, and I had a friend who would go to this is when I lived in the Washington, D.C. area. I had a friend who would go to D.C. and get raw heroin. So that's actually how I made the switch at that point. What you said was exactly right. Because the doctor ended up cutting me off these addictive pills, I ended up going to Washington, D.C. and doing raw heroin my first time and getting addicted to raw heroin at the age of 17.
So
yeah,
Steve,
man.
You actually kicked a heroin habit?
Absolutely, dude. I
nice.
ended up. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. I ended up getting locked up when I was 19. This was my first stint in my troubled past of doing time. And I had to withdraw off a 1.5 to 2 gram a day habit cold turkey. It was a very miserable experience. The guards were pretty much laughing at me while liquid was coming out of both ends. Jeez. And it was a horrible time, man. Imagine
you're peeking and shitting diarrhea at the same time.
Absolutely, dude. I had a garbage can in between my legs, and I was sitting on the metal commode in a fucking holding cell facing the whole open fucking area. That's how little of a fuck I had to give at that time.
Yay!
I was in
Yeah.
jail. I'm withdrawing off heroin. If you're gonna watch me shit and puke my brains out at this point, I don't really care. You can watch all along.
Wow.
And
The double
Yeah, and
is
anybody that would get a kick out of that too has a problem. I mean, kind of mentally, I think.
well, absolutely. You
Yeah.
know, we won't even get. And so what they ended up trying to
jerk
do.
off to this.
It's
You
funny.
guys are sick, man. Sick. They're sicker than you are at that moment.
Exactly, man. But you know, like 5 days into it, you know, they end up taking me in, and they're like, you know, we're gonna put you on the Ativan protocol. And it's where they give you an Ativan, which is, you know, a sedative hypnotic. It's kind of a comfort drug for withdrawal. It was like every 4 to 6 hours. But then they were like, oh, your blood pressure's not high enough. I'm sitting there. I haven't slept in like 5 days at this point. And I'm looking at them, and I'm like, my blood pressure's not high enough, huh? So they just sent me back. And dude, it was 14 days of withdrawal, man. It was a rough time. Yeah.
Brutal.
Well, at least you're alive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. And that's why I tell people, man, you know, especially in today, you know, everybody likes to experiment with their consciousness, and that's completely cool. But if there's one drug I would fucking recommend anybody stays the fuck away from hell or high water, it's opiates, dude. They are the definition of a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah.
100%.
Watch out.
All right. Thank you guys. I'm going to get back to all of you in a moment. It's just that Logan, he has to go to chapel soon. So they got you going to church now, huh? Oh, wow. Logan has become a Christian. Did I have you stuck on mute? Let's see. Oh, whoops. I remuted you. There we go.
Thank you, Daniel. I am more Gnostic than I am anything else because I believe that knowledge beats wisdom, because you can have knowledge without wisdom, but you can't have wisdom without knowledge. So therefore, I say knowledge is superior. And also it helps to have a key to get into the Akashic records. So that's always fun. But no, if you would actually like to actually do a ritual, because I'll be doing a ritual tonight. Basically, I'll be altering my consciousness, going into meditation. What is one thing you want me to do so I can prove who I is? I claim to be Q, right? And all the other stuff. If I remember correctly, in the post that was made, the Q drops, there should start being some playlists being dropped soon on YouTube. Now,
I guess
sound will affect matter.
Make me shit diarrhea and throw up at the same time.
The funny thing is, the victor's already been won, because the video that I sent you, that Psychic Energy Vampire one, play that one real quick, and that basically will dictate a little bit of what I know and how long it took me to reach this time space.
Okay,
this
Logan,
time space.
help me out here. You sent me 5 videos in number 1 through 5, starting from the top. Which one is it?
It's this one that I'm just posting now.
Okay, I'm gonna bring this up. Bear with me, everybody. We are jumping into the Logan verse one more time. Make that big and make it small. And then,
but Daniel, if you would actually like to do a deep dive on me to debunk or confirm my claims or whatever, but I basically, here's what I claim. I claim that I'm an energy psychic vampire that was created by MK Ultra as a living psionic weapon that has the ability to bend reality, and I'm willing to stand up and face scrutiny.
Here we go.
It helps to be a gestalt consciousness. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
They told me after the procedure was completed, I wouldn't be. I don't understand.
He's from the future? Son of a bitch. He's from the future? Son of
Every night, I dream the same dream. The nightmare begins. I did what I had to do. Temporal manipulations can create branches in your time. Unstable dimensional openings. Timeless! You opened the doorway between universes. And we don't know who or what will walk through it. What is this? Wanda. What do you know about the multiverse?
He's had his theories. He believed it was dangerous.
He was right.
Tell me how to stop. Too late for that. They're here.
Things just got out of hand.
Hey.
Okay. No, stop. Shut up. Shut up. Stop. Sorry, commercials come after YouTube videos. YouTube has a lot of commercials these days. Interesting. Yeah. Toby Maguire was in there. My God, that was quite stupendous. I think I'm starting to turn into a vampire now after that. Wow. Looks like we lost Logan. He must be on his way to chapel. Hopefully he's able to enter the chapel without catching on fire and turning into a ball of flames. Wow. Okay. It's good to talk to Logan again. My God, I feel bad for him that that weird altercation happened. That definitely sounds like some kind of setup from the dark side. He lost his temple, his place of being, his home, his apartment, and that's never a good thing. So I hope that, like I said earlier, I hope that this somehow turns into a positive for Logan. His haircut looks good. I didn't even recognize him at first. I seriously thought he was a new Hispanic caller that was calling in, but he probably just got a tan. Maybe they're having him do some calisthenics outside or something. He actually kind of looks kind of good. And not that I judge guys, but to my eyes, he looks good. Let's talk to Jen real quick, because I literally was just on Threshold Saints and did a show with Jen, and it went pretty fucking good.
I would also say it went pretty fucking good. Hey, Dad, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. I wanted to get you on with Logan, because it seems that you are a big fan.
You know, Logan and I are buddies. We have something in common. I won't talk about it on air, but Logan knows what it is, and I just think he's a great dude. He's so erudite, so well spoken. He's a crazy magi in the wilderness, and you know, whether someone speaks in metaphor or in material reality, people who understand will understand. And yes, there is a lot of mystification, but I think that at the end of the day, what he's saying is a magical journey. And if people just kind of like suspend their disbelief, then, you know, the story makes a lot more sense.
I definitely agree. When Logan comes on here and he talks about being connected to the old ones, being a psychic vampire, stuff like that, I do actually believe him. From the beginning, I definitely sense that Logan is in communication with something greater, and I do think he's channeling something major. But I don't feel he's a bad guy. I don't feel he's trying to harm anybody. I see him kind of like a half vampire or a Dampier. He has all the attributes of the dark side, but he uses them to actually fight the evil.
You know, and you and I sort of discussed this, is like, there clearly are like a multitude of forces in the world and in multiverse. And I don't think that they can all be categorized neatly into these Manichaean categories of black and white. And I just think that that's not useful. And I agree that Logan is a force, maybe a chaotic good force, but, you know, like a good force nonetheless.
Absolutely. And yes, we did kind of get into this earlier, the idea of exploring the left-hand path and things like that. And not only did we talk about that, but we went deep. We went real deep. I was very satisfied with that interview.
I was too, because I think that, you know, and we're definitely doing a part 2, but I think that you and I have a lot in common. And it's like, when you sort of relate your experiences, I feel like, wow, like I should share some of mine, but then at the same time, I feel I'm still a little shy with that stuff, but I feel like I'm getting there, so I'm working towards it, and I'm also, I think being on this show in particular has helped me push me past my fear of speaking about magic like openly. Like, I was so private about it, like I wouldn't even speak about it, like barely on the forum, barely on any forum, and there were other ones as well, but that was the main. Bog was obviously the big one, but there, you know, it was just to speak about it openly and to say, yes, this is something I actually do sort of understand, I do sort of know about, I do read these kinds of books, and I'm not afraid of it, and I'm going to try and explain it in the best way that I can without mystery, but also like you and I also spoke about, I don't want people to do it. Like, my advocacy is not, oh, go do magic. My advocacy is like, this is what is being used in the world. There's a lot of people who do magic. It's useful for people to understand what it is.
Yeah, and like I said last week, if people are going to say magic is fake, if they're going to say it's all fantasy, that's fine with me, because I know they're not going to cast any spells on me. I know they're not going to ripple my reality or do anything like that. I mean, I'm starting to realize why there is an exoteric world and an esoteric world, because we can't let certain knowledge get into the wrong hands. It's like Spider-Man. We were talking about Tobey Maguire being on Logan's video. Well, Spider-Man says it. Uncle Ben told Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. And the fact of the matter is, most of the people that want to learn magic, they're not looking into it so that they can be a hero. They're looking into it so that they can become rich, become famous, use it against their enemies, et cetera, et cetera. Things that are very hard to resist.
Then if you can push past those initial desires, it can be very fruitful. Like doing magic, it can be a very fruitful path. If you get lost in those low desires, it will be a very treacherous and inevitably sort of endless and dead end. It will not really result. It won't have a good result. So I think most people are better served by exoteric religion, regardless of how much exterior truth there is in those particular religions. But some people are also served by the esoteric and by esoteric religion. But it's not for everyone. It really isn't.
Boy, Jin, I am one of your biggest fans, buddy.
Hey, Todd, how are you doing? We were just, Dan and I were just singing your praises about a couple hours ago on my show.
Yeah,
So,
we learned about Todd's new nickname, Uncle Todd.
There you go, Uncle Todd. There you go. We got a show. No.
Hell yeah.
Anyways, Jen, I'm one of your biggest fans, buddy. You explain magic and topics so well, and then you're into systems that I'm familiar with, but you have a real knowledge in. And I love that you're telling people. One of the first things that knocked me out was that people were taking, or Crowley took the thing that was supposed to be done internally and did it externally, and that's what people do make the mistake of a lot of times. Magic can be done completely in the mind. All these rituals and techniques are done in the mind to come to certain realizations that open understandings and into how the universe works. And Jen, you have such a mastery of speech over some of these topics. I think it's fantastic. I've been bringing magic up on here ever since I met Daniel, which is a weird, dangerous topic. Years ago, I knew the danger of it. That's why you kind of keep it under your keep it. You don't wear it on your sleeve necessarily.
Yeah, look what you did to me, Todd. Now, because now I'm a scion of the devil.
Now you met Jen, yeah. No, I'm just teasing.
It's all
over.
Now,
the end of the world.
No. Logan's turning us into his minions.
Well, and then I want to say first to Logan real quick. Sorry, Jen. Pardon me. I want to say to Logan, pardon me, Logan, in the past when I first met you, as everybody that first met you probably kind of comes across as like, what is this? At first. Once I've sat and listened to your stuff and listened to you, I understand that, man, you're operating on a deep, deep level. And man, I argue for chaos magic. So the world is full of chaos magicians, and I love it.
I actually, Todd, have been starting to embrace my past in chaos magic a little bit. Dan and I spoke about this, and we discussed your favorite book, Liber Null. But then, I'm reading a Phil Hines book right now, like rereading it but it's been a long time, so it's almost like reading it for the first time. And I ordered Psy-War, so I can also read that very soon. And
Psy-War by who?
Oh, let me look. I forgot now. I think it's Phil Hines again, but I might be. Anyways, it's how to conduct magic on the cybernetic, and then he spells it like PSY. It's a very. I think it'll be a very interesting book for me, just like me magic and understanding how to like. I already do a little magic in my Twitter, but not like explicit, and it's not black magic. It's like word games and images, color, sound, very just traditional Kabbalah stuff.
No, I understand. I appreciate you coming on and telling people kind of what systems you do. It's almost super personal. Dr. Robert once or twice has said, boy, somebody asked him some questions and he said it's super personal. So I'm not going to answer certain questions. And I get that.
Todd, sorry to interrupt you, but Jen and I on his show were talking about the guy that wrote, Manly P. Hall, that wrote Secret Teaching of All Ages. Do you happen to have a
And
copy of that book behind you? You can show everybody how thick that book
oh
is.
yeah, I have 2 copies of that book, and I was trying to figure out who I needed to send that to. But how thick is this sucker? It's 800 to 1,000 pages. Let's see, it's 768.
Damn.
So 768 pages. Vast warehouse of knowledge of all the secret cults and going way back, explaining all the mystery, as much as can be known about the mystery religions, the ancient cults, these beliefs. This book gives you this information about how vast Earth's mythologies and cults and ideologies are. That book right there breaks open so many secrets.
There's a part of you, because I do have that book, and I've started to read it. There's no way I could ever get through that.
Oh,
whole
it's
book.
vast.
I started skipping around, but there's a part that really interested me that I never thought I would even be into at all, because I'm not really interested in like math that much. But it was the chapter on Pythagorean mathematics.
Oh,
I thought
yeah.
it was fascinating. I'm usually not into
Oh,
that
yeah.
stuff.
Pythagoras is so interesting because he was operating. He's where they tell us the science of music comes from, the notes, mathematical principles. If you ever wondered why they put so many frets on a guitar, Pythagoras, going back to Greece. I mean, deep stuff.
It's really interesting stuff. Sorry, guys, I will get back to you momentarily. We just hit an hour, so we're an hour in. I did want to bring up some news topics and things like that. I know we're kind of shooting the shit, and that's totally cool. General Lee was in the backstage. I was not able to bring him on. He's getting kind of an error message there. That's too bad. Would have liked to talk to him. But I do want to get into some of these things going on in the world, the topics, news, and things like that. You know, give us something topical to talk about. We can definitely get back to kind of just shooting the shit. But I did want to. I think the number one story going on out there right now would be the stuff happening on college campuses between the Gaza supporters, which is on the left, I guess you could say, and the conservatives or patriots, the right wingers that are pro-Israel. And this feels really weird to me because it's like there's, normally I find myself, not that I buy into the left, right, Hegelian dialectic, manipulative paradigm, whatever, false dichotomy shit. I hate politics. I think it's all bullshit. I'm not into Republicans, Democrats. I'll say that right now. But I usually find myself kind of leaning more towards conservative because they're the people that are talking about conspiracies and keeping American values in place and things like that. But this time, I feel like I'm just leaning more left in terms of who I agree with in this situation, because the idea of conservatives, patriots being pro-Israel makes zero sense to me. You should be pro-USA, not pro-Israel. People that are supposed to be these hardcore patriots, how the hell are they giving their allegiance to Israel or saying USA, USA when they're defending Israel? Israel's not the USA. That doesn't make sense to me. And it's really getting nasty. It's getting violent. It's reminding me of back in 2020 when you had the Proud Boys, Antifa out there fighting in the streets. I don't think these are the Proud Boys out there. These are different groups. Different like patriot type of groups. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some Proud Boys in there, but I think a lot of them got arrested the last time around. But it's really getting nasty, and it seems to be, it's starting to create a narrative that we're seeing just nonstop on social media. I did want to discuss this a little bit. I think a good person to bring on first would be Clint. I think he's.
I was just joking with that. I seen Jen change his logo to like something that looked like a gang sign, so I threw up a gang sign as a joke.
All right. I used to know how to do that Crip thing. I don't really know how to do it anymore. It's like you spell out Crip with your fingers.
Oh yeah. Okay, so the Constitution and Creator endowed rights protected by the Constitution are to be supreme law of the land. Okay, so the Constitution is a limiting contract which limits the power of government, and it preserves the rights of the people. But everything that people call government in modern times is not sanctioned within the constitutional limitations. And so since it's a contract, and since it's enforceable in law, and since they're to uphold the contract, there is no America because there's no contract. And that they're violating the contract. They're in total breach of the contract. According to the law, if the contract is breached, then the state constitutions would then become the supreme law of the land. But instead, they've made the United Nations Charter, written by communist Elgar Hiss, the supreme law of the land. And they've literally, William Cooper outlines that in the, was it the third part of treason document? One of them, but he quotes all these court cases, Supreme Court cases, where the Supreme Court ruled that when the Constitution comes in conflict with the UN Charter, that they're supposed to rule in favor of the UN Charter, and so that's treason. That's the UN Charter violates the War Powers Clause. It violates where assets and so on go, which Congress delegates or what. Basically, okay, so there is no constitutional delegation to send any money to Israel or to Ukraine or to all these other places that they've done for the last 30 years and fucking last 70 years and fucking there's no Congress hasn't declared war since World War II, and that in the Constitution the contract says only lists Congress as the people that can declare war. And when the communist Elgar Hiss, who wrote this UN Charter, he made it so that Article 43 had a clause that encompassed the United States military as a peacekeeping force under the UN Security Council. And fucking see what they've done. They
put the UN into the Constitution is basically what you're saying.
Well, no, they took the war powers from Congress and then unlawfully gave it to the Security Council of the UN. And the Security Council, the UN has had its undersecretary is a permanent communist, according to the secret agreement between Elgar Hiss and Molotov, which is documented in the congressional records. And the and if you look up every secretary, and the secretary matters because the secretary is when the Security Council votes for what kind of war they want, they then tell the Security Council or the undersecretary that what they want to do. And then that undersecretary, who's been a 90% of the time been a communist Soviet general, any other time it was like a Korean or, it was a few times it wasn't a Soviet, but that's only in modern times.
Don't let me break your chain of thought, Clint, but that mic sounds fucking great, man.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. But anyway, so every war since the Korean War, all military forces that are peacekeeping forces of the UN from any country, and basically America has the main ones. And so these forces, all of the basically all the US troops that have seen war or any type of action since the Korean War have been under the ruling authority of the UN Security Council of Communists. And that only, okay, so then this is where it gets interesting. In Vietnam, General MacArthur, he knew about all this, and so did all the other generals, and they were like, what the fuck are we gonna do? And fucking so that's where that Carl Miller dude comes into play, where he claims that under General MacArthur's order, 200 of the highest testing military people were assigned a program where they were to try to peacefully reinstitute the Constitution of America and spread constitutional knowledge about what's happening. And that that's one of the very few times that any high-ranking military general has went against the grain of the New World Order and did something that might, and that was in Vietnam. That was over, that was like 70 years ago. 60 years ago or something, or well, when it started at least. But so like this whole scheme of things, of people having this left right rhetoric, all this pro government shit. See, our government is the Constitution, and we can't be pro government because our government is the Constitution, and they've outlawed it, and they fucking we're sitting here in economic enslavement under world government, world banks, world military. The world government attacks any country who does not follow suit. This is Rome. This is fucking this is the new world order. There's no sovereign.
I love how you keep hammering on that, Clint. I love how you keep hammering on that, buddy. People need to be aware that the only reason people need to be aware that the only reason you're sitting here enjoying End of Days Radio is because of the Constitution of the United States. If you lived over in Russia, all of us would be dead. We're talking about these matters.
Threads of the Constitution, but see,
if you lived over in England, they'd be coming over and arresting you, kicking our asses because we said something.
My main point, though, is that no country on earth has sovereignty. There's no exclusivity in our constitutional rights that have been nullified by all this communist bullshit. And fucking, there is a 3-step disarmament program happening in America in real time, and that they're trying to disarm America because they want to take it over, and that they're gonna target they're gonna target the West Coast. Most likely Colorado is one of the new.
They've been targeting the West Coast. They target everything. They've already targeted all this. They're already moving in. They're selling weapons here. They're banning them over there. They got all kinds of programs running.
Well, I think that someday there will be a day when Chinese forces step foot on American soil.
Yeah, you believe that?
Oh hell yeah.
I wouldn't doubt that. As weak as these guys are, as corrupt as our politicians are, I wouldn't doubt them opening the gates to the barbarians.
The
just like happened to Rome.
The prophecy is a 1 billion man Chinese
army,
ground infantry coming through Alaska south, picking up their weapon storage that Biden left for them.
And that's in the Bible. You keep picking up the bricks that Biden left for him down at the protest too.
The AK-47s, the
the AK-47s, the bombs.
Exactly.
Yeah, going to the flight school in Florida. You can't speak a lick of English, but you want to learn how to fly a plane, but not be able to land it.
Oh, yeah,
that kind of guys. Yeah.
9/11.
What do you?
Yeah, 9/11.
Backtracking. What do you think, Todd, of the things going on college campuses, the Gaza supporters against the Patriot Israel supporters?
Everybody be aware of psychological operations, how they pit left against right, how they put it on the news, and how they influence your mind. And then suddenly society changes. Normal people don't go to these things. You know who goes to these things? Paid operatives.
I forgot what I was getting at. The May 1st thing.
But I'm with the people that are saying, please stop bombing men, women, and children indiscriminately. I'm with them.
Here's the thing.
For Christ's sakes, can you not say I'm against killing people by bombs? If you're doing that, you're getting bad karma. If you're just dropping a bomb on people, you don't know who it is, but maybe you'll get a bad guy. You're getting bad karma stacking up on you. So
I did a podcast on May 1st, well, the night at least, and when I went over the whole, because usually I expect something crazy to happen on May 1st because it's May Day, the Communist Day, and it's also the day of Moloch. The day of Moloch.
May 1st is communist. May 1st is the Communist Day. May 1st was the day that the Illuminati was founded. And then what about Moloch?
Well, it's also the day of Moloch in ancient times, where they would sacrifice children to Moloch. But like on the news,
it's definitely.
Well,
it's
the
Beltane and the Witches' Sabbath too.
Oh yeah, huh? But the whole news was just filled with all these different locations of college protests all around the whole world, and it was like, I believe it was organized. Somebody shared that Rebecca chick shared some kind of thing that was listing off some kind of planned protest from last year, that was for May 1st. And that I don't think it's about what they were protesting about, because I mean we're all anti-war and stuff, and like, but it was something, some kind of I guarantee they did it for some reason. Maybe they did it to make the news flooded with that, so we didn't see the real news.
What they're doing is they're setting the stage for the Civil War movie came out last weekend. Now the Civil War movie's big. Everybody's divided. They're setting all these end of the day world. The headline I sent Daniel earlier was the end of days is really popular common talk right now. People sit around having some drinks on the weekend now saying, man, it's almost the end of the world. You're well ahead of your time, Daniel. Right on, buddy.
And let's ask Dr. Robert.
Dr. Robert, yes.
What he thinks of all this animosity happening on college campuses.
A lot of it, I think, is contrived. There's a lot of gaslighting going on. I'm of the impression that the Jewish community on campus is embellishing in respects to the level in which anti-Semitism is being directed toward them on campus. Because I see more harm, just my personal experience, and in my personal research, like I see worse things happening to Muslims than I do Jewish people in this country. I mean, just from the data. I mean, like they might get death threats, because it's easy to call somebody on the phone and make a few death threats, man. We're talking about like little kids getting stabbed. You know what I mean? And murdered and stuff like that, like Islamic kids, stuff like that. And then also too, man, like, I don't know what it is, man. There's just so much gaslight going on, because when you look at the actual like race hate stats, like anti-Semitism is not by any stretch of the imagination at the top of the list. So like just a lot of what they're saying, in my opinion, doesn't comport with the empirical data, man. And it doesn't comport with what people see either, dude. And I think that's the problem. Like that's how we know there's like a clear agenda at play. Like I know people want to say shit like, we just let me finish this point. People want to say shit like, it's anti-Semitic to say, a certain group of people run, the world. But when you look at the data and you see where this group is at in place of like hate crimes and the actual hate statistics and stuff like that, like the attention they're getting and the calling they're getting and the protection that they're getting seems a little overblown, man. So
it all boils down back to the letter between Albert Pike and Giuseppe Muzzini about the Third World War and how it's going to be between the Islams and the Jewish people. And I think it's all been planned for over.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chad. I just saw your comment. They act like if you even question what's going on, you're anti-Semitic. Geez, if you don't like people getting bombed indiscriminately, you're anti-Semitic. It's overblown. And they've been doing this trick for a long time, and a lot of stuff they hide using this same trick.
Well, see, they're doing. Everybody's doing exactly what the plan is to do, is to have people hate different groups of people, and that this is their plan. We're watching it in real time. Their plan unfold. It's not something that is, truth has no mystery. The truth is that the members of the secret societies that want a new world order, they're the same people that made the Nazis. They're the same people that made the commies, and they're sitting here boiling it down, and they fucking are openly stating their agendas on national TV through Carl Schwab, and fucking anybody who knows about the communist conspiracy from the 60s knows that this is the fruition of what its goal was, is to eat bugs and to make everybody poor.
Yeah, there's that angle and there's the other angle. These guys come at it from every angle. They come at it from the left, they come at it from the right. Everybody listen out there, listening, boy, realize this is a multi-pronged war that we're going through. It's more information than it is any other thing.
Well, it's like they all want to, this whole, the whole British Israelism thing that Cooper brings to the table is very impressive, where I think that the British, I think when Weishaupt went to Saxo Gotha, he indoctrinated the British royal family, who's actually German, into the outer core of the Illuminists, and then he convinced them that they were one of the 12 tribes of Israel or whatever. And so then they started this whole thing about this British Israelism.
Britain was famous for taking over countries and using their tribal beefs and setting up territories to war against each other so they could control the outcome. This is old stuff.
Very true. Right. Let's get with Jen real quick. Jen, what do you think about this animosity happening, this conflict happening on college campuses?
I think I agree with Todd. I think it's totally fake. I think that the social media clips are totally fake. Now, I don't like either one at all. Like, I don't like either one. I would never cheer for either one. I would never go to a protest for either one. I don't care. I know people think that's callous, but I'm really beyond caring. Leave your third world tribal bullshit in the desert where it belongs and let us do like free world things. That's where I'm at with it. So that's my kind of spicy opinion, but I am really sick of it. I am like nauseated by the exaggerations on both sides, and even this dialectical game of using anti-Semitism because people were already in that noticing, everybody who's online knows what that means. Everybody was in this noticing mode where we were like anti-Semitic, haha, like we were kind of like, oh, the Jays, they're so bad, whatever. And there's things you could definitely criticize, but the M's are not really better, to be honest. I'm just being honest, and that's how I feel about it. But it is what it is. I'm just tired of the whole thing. I think it's all a dialectical game. I think it was all to bring the Palestinians here. That's what I think, is like to immigrate them and say, oh, they're victims. But, it's just another DNC voting block.
And Jin, it seems that you have an enemy out there. Somebody in the chat is giving you a little bit of a hard time, a little feud brewing with, it looks like he's talking some smack. This is coming from Anything Blue.
Yeah, he's a little troll from Twitter who is butthurt because I ratioed him about 10 or 12 times, maybe 11 times is a better way to say it. And he does have really bad autism because I don't have a deity. I would never threaten someone with magic or a deity. He didn't understand the sort of, I don't know, meme or like thing that I wrote, and that's his problem. And he's a dumbass, and he was spamming me with these stupid Zoroastrian like priest pages and saying that the Buddhism was all this, and I would shut down every single argument. He would make a little petty argument, and I would retweet him, and I would quote tweet him, and ratio the hell out of him, and he couldn't handle it. So now he's deciding to do his little thing in chat, and he's welcome to come up. Like, if he wants to discuss or debate me, he's welcome to do that, but he couldn't handle it in words. So, if you can't handle your shit on Twitter, don't bring it to chat. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, it would definitely be nice if Anything Blue could hop on panel with us and say what he has to say directly. Of course, I'd like us all to get along and appreciate having him in the chat and participating, but we got to iron this out, man. We got to get you on here if you're willing. All it takes is a smartphone or a computer or a device. So we definitely like to iron things out between you and Jin. But let's go ahead and keep moving forward. We don't want to focus on negativity too much. Oh, wait, looks like he's talking smack again. Laugh out loud. It wouldn't be a debate. Your beliefs mean nada to me. Okay, a very strong statement. But it would be good to have you actually on here talking Anything Blue. You'll have the respect of us if you come on here and say what you have to say. Definitely. Chad Warren, we need a whammy like impress your luck for Anything Blue. I wonder what that is. Anything Blue says I have nothing nice to say. Well, as long as you're being honest, we appreciate you. And Jin, I definitely like to set up a debate between you two. I think that would be good for all of us. Let's go ahead and move along. There are a lot of stories to talk about. Did anybody want to talk about the college campuses anymore? Let me know in the private chat real quick if I didn't let you say everything you wanted to say. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and move on from that topic. All right, going once, going twice. Looks like everybody is good. Let's keep moving on. Joe Biden, or as some people call him, Bo Jiden. I think Clint likes to call him that. Bo Jiden, also known as creepy Uncle Joe or Sleepy Joe, or racist as fuck Joe Biden, or CGI Joe Biden. It seems that he went on the Howard Stern show, a program that I was once a really huge fan of. I would say up until maybe just like a few years ago, I was a huge fan. Kind of got turned off by Howard's politics. They just seemed very not well thought out, and it seemed he would always kind of go into the liberal extreme, not because he believed these things, but because he wants people in Hollywood that are mostly on the left to like him and to agree with him. He doesn't want to alienate those people by getting political, despite the fact that he has had Donald Trump on his show many times. He would even go as far as I would go as far as to say that the two were kind of friends. Even, I saw a clip the other day of Jimmy Kimmel. I'm gonna talk about this later because I want to get to the topic, but I was looking at an old video of Jimmy Kimmel show, and Ivanka Trump was on there, and apparently Donald had Jimmy promise that he would kind of protect her. And I'm going to get back to that when I get into this Andy Dick thing. But it's funny how as soon as Trump got political and got into office and all that, all these people that were once his friends, including the Clintons, all of a sudden he became the devil to them. Let's talk to Heeny, Meeny, Miny, Dr. Robert. Paging Dr. Robert.
What's up, baby boy?
Any thoughts on Joe Biden appearing as a guest on the Howard Stern show? Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I saw like a little small clip of it. It didn't really interest me at all, really. Just to me, it just seems like just pandering. Maybe paid to be on there. You know what I mean? So.
The election's coming up, so I imagine trying to get in front of anybody.
It just seemed to me. It just seemed like a desperate attempt for some positive publicity. To make it seem like what they're trying to do is create what they call like bandwagon fallacy or bandwagon effect.
Bandwagon fallacy. Tell me about this.
A bandwagon effect. It's a marketing effect, right? And it's basically just like monkey see, monkey do, or like people. Like we as human beings, like the majority of us are followers, right? So we don't want to be left out, right? We want to be accepted by everybody, right? So the more it seems like a group of people who are part of our culture are into something or are participating in a particular fad or genre, or rocking a particular style, like it's so psychologically, it puts pressure on us to want to mimic them because we don't want to feel left out, or we don't want to be excluded, or we don't want to be viewed as or seem different. We don't want them to see us as different from them, basically. So it's a psychological effect that takes place, basically. So if it looks like like the people who are hip, that people look up to, the people that admire, are into Joe Biden, then psychologically that'll have an effect on more people. Because think about it, they're not really saying anything deep, right? Because if they were, they wouldn't need the celebrities, right? They're only really there, dude, to look cool, to look like they're part of the in crowd. That's the only effect they want.
Didn't they even get Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce kind of on that bandwagon thing? That's probably a good example of what you're talking about.
Yes, purely for manipulative basis. Like, what in the fuck does Taylor Swift really know about politics?
Nothing.
Like, what really qualifies her? Like, what is her particular expertise, right? That she can impart to us, right? To make us better participants in this governmental process, right? She's just being used, and she's allowing her celebrity, aura or her celebrity energy or vibe or frequency to be used as a weapon, basically, right? To influence people, not based on correct and appropriate and relevant information, right? Which will help them put people in office who can solve their problems and help us get what we really need as a people and as a community, right? It's just simply there, right? To influence through glitz and glamour. She's there as like a magic wand. It's a spell, they're casting on us basically. And that's why I don't dig that shit before. It's manipulation, dude. Anytime stars are involved, dude, especially when they don't have any expertise, dude, their sole purpose is to manipulate us, dude. And that's just not cool. Period.
Agreed. Todd, you
No,
wanted
I
to
couldn't.
talk about this topic. So what do you think of the Howard Stern, Joe Biden interview?
I agree with what you're saying, Dr. Robert, but I think it's a step further. I think it's you said, I wasn't interested in it. I didn't see it and watch the whole thing. I got clips of it from different sources, and but I just thought sad, really sad. Howard Stern, that used to be some edgy, kind of, everyone listened to him at one time. He was such a progressive show host. Now he's groveling almost to Joe Biden. I don't know if you heard any of the show, but he was just, oh, you did such an incredible job. You're like a father to America, saying disgusting stuff like as if being a father to America, you got 4 years as president. Like we're switching fathers every 4 years,
I don't want
sick stuff.
If he's my father, I definitely don't want him walking in the shower with me.
Clearly indicate a prostitute.
What
exactly.
Was that, Robert?
He's just a paid prostitute, dude. That's
totally.
Yeah. When Joe Biden left his show, or his room, he basically left, a couple $100 by his bed,
Yep.
Yep. Misses. I mean, really,
it was like as if Howard Stern was giving the crypt keeper a blowjob or something,
Yeah, fluffer. Yeah,
spectacle. The fluffer, fluffing it up, trying to pump up a tiny crypt keeper dick. No.
These celebrities, for a good time. You know what I mean? So
yeah. No, what was even more disgusting was they were talking about, what was even more disgusting, if you haven't heard it, they were talking about, Howard Stern goes, oh my God, you saved a child from drowning? Oh my God, if I did that, I would talk about that. Everywhere I went, I would tell everyone I saved a child from drowning. And guess what Joe Biden says? Oh yeah, and I didn't just save one, I saved 7 of them.
Yeah. It's that George Washington chopped down the cherry.
When I was in law school, I just happened to be reading some law books, and I saw a kid drowning, so I ran out to the pool. Come on.
I had to lift up 3 cars and move them out the way to do it.
3 cars, not 1 car, 3. I saved 7 children.
Bro, you know what I mean?
That's sick.
Luckily I had my trusty buck knife on me. And I was able to get from the tutor to the rooter.
Exactly. I jumped in the pool with my law book in hand.
All right, Jen, what do you think of Joe Biden appearing on the Howard Stern show?
I mean, I'm nonpartisan in the fact that I think it's so fake and gay, like beyond belief. Like, I don't know. It's just like I don't even pay attention to these things in like the larger sense because I don't watch TV. I don't even on Twitter. I just stay in my little esoteric space. But I think that he doesn't run the country, and I think that's really obvious. And anyone who doesn't like realize that is just totally fooling themselves. And there was some kind of coup on J6, like a real one, not like a QAnon sort of thing, but like a real one.
Agreed.
So,
and they've been holding people in prison that even question the election ever since that event happened. So we got some sick stuff going on, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so we're
Dr. Robert, you don't talk much about the January 6th guys that have been held in prison for 3 years, but what's your opinion about that?
Like, just because out of respect for Daniel's show and the way YouTube trip, like anything that even looks like could even be perceived as misinformation, man. I don't even
like if you say Kabobo, yeah, if you say Kabobo, all of a sudden YouTube trips.
Yeah, that, and then because think about it, man. Like, as far as like mainstream media, like that's been firmly established as bogus, right? So I don't even want to go there and take the risk. I don't even entertain.
Either there are or there isn't. 1,200, 2,000 people sitting in jail ever since then with no trial, being tortured, held up as terrorists just because they went and protested. I saw some of the shit I would not agree with, but I certainly wouldn't agree with people not having their rights suspended, not having access to due process. Give me a fucking break here.
Hey, no, man. I brought this up before. They should have knew the job was dangerous when they took it. I mean, at one point, man, like, God gave you common sense too. You know what I mean? And like, and if you let somebody bedazzle you to the point, dude, to where like you'll put yourself in jeopardy. And I'm not necessarily being killed. Like, if you call yourself a family man, you know what I mean? You got a family, you got kids and people you got to take care, man. There's no way in the world that I can let anybody, celebrity, guru, fucking preacher, Jesus, his fucking self, convince me to do any fucking thing, dude. That's gonna
because you're smart though. You're smart, Dr. Robert. These people were stupid. These people were stupid.
No, that's just common.
Or they were set up, or there was a bunch of feds doing the insurrection. We all know what happened that day. Yeah.
For all these hear me out real quick. For all these people, dude, who talk about they can recognize ops and red flags, and
Dr. Robert, do you remember the Summer of Love where they were raging, cities were on fire, people were burning down buildings?
That was my city.
Shit like that, man. For you not to know that some shit just sounds fishy and can put you in danger, dude, or about psyops that are trying to trick your mind and put you in. If you fall for that shit, dude, especially when you sit up there and profess to be an expert on that shit, you got exactly what's coming to you. That's just what the fuck I gotta say on it. I'm leaving it alone at that.
Let's go to Clint next. Clint, are you there, buddy? Clint Beastwood.
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you think of Joe Biden appearing on the Howard Stern show?
Bo Jiden.
Bo Jiden, exactly.
Bo Jiden. He's it's all just fucking bullshit. Howard Stern is such a fucking I used to listen to him in the 90s doing construction work when I was a kid, and it was pretty entertaining, and it just totally like spiraled. It's the fact that like Saturday Night Live and stuff will only make jokes about one side of politics. It seems as though it's completely all these different things that are quote unquote comedy have been turned into propaganda machines, and that the it's like what Seinfeld was saying. He's being attacked for not being a fucking politically correct zombie, and that and he's sitting here like comedy is dying, and they're all fucking we're all watching it die because everybody is afraid to have their feelings hurt. And fucking you can take almost 90% of comedy movies and comedy shows and shit these days are all fucking, the mainstream ones are just total trash. It's like it's only jokes meant for fucking Marxists and shit, and fucking, and it's like, this is pathetic. There's people, it's the same thing with the gaming industry where there's individuals out there who can make better video games and make better jokes than all the mainstream shit. But yet the algorithm and all the politics and the money is all turned it so we can't get any good comedy because of fucking the propaganda machine. And fucking Howard Stern is such a schmuck. Is that my mic? But yeah, he's definitely I just wouldn't even listen to Howard Stern for sure, or Joe Biden, Bo Jiden.
Let's see if Logan has any opinion on this. Logan, are you there? Paging Logan.
Yes, hello. How may I help you at this moment?
Oh, I was wondering if you had heard about Joe Biden. I'm sorry, that was funny. I was wondering if you had heard about Joe Biden appearing on the Howard Stern show.
Well, isn't that interesting that such an entertainer would show up on the Jester circuit?
The Jester circuit. I like that.
Oh, I know where Logan's going with this, like the Order of the Clown shit.
The Jesters is the most powerful man in all the kingdom. Do you know why, gentlemen? The Jester has to entertain the king and court.
Everybody and not get killed by it. The Jester
Exactly.
say anything. He's there to make fun of the king and shit.
Yeah.
And isn't it funny that then Howard Stern was a sycophant and a simp?
Yes.
Correct. He has been demasculated. He has been demasculated simply because he served his purpose, and he's nothing more than fuel for them now. A joke.
Logan hitting us with some very good points.
Definitely.
Can I also break the reason why we exist? I'll give it to all you guys for free. We exist to have an experience, good, bad, blessed, or cursed, and with that experience, we upload our knowledge upon death, which is separation of consciousness from the body, and we upload our knowledge to God and the universe. In essence, we're being farmed for data.
Go, Logan.
But no, Daniel, I got one question for you. Would you like me to actually detail everything I know and get it within about an hour and a half? I could write out a script. And I could do a ritual too. And we just have to do it a bit early. No, an hour and 30 minutes. An hour and 30 minutes to basically lay out my claims, demonstrate my abilities.
Can't you put that on the video and give us a link?
Oh, yeah, you want another one that actually explains that?
After the
Okay, I
show.
got you.
Yeah, after the show.
I want him
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Ritual for end of days for sure. Like,
okay, I can do that.
And the days is fast paced, man. We're flipping back and forth. It's fun and games. It's fun and games.
All right, give me 1 second. You guys want? How long do you want it? No, I got it. It's 339, which is a derivative of 369. All right, gentlemen, this is what I wanted to say to everybody since I had sentience. Nope. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Technical difficulties. Stand by.
Got to pull the chain harder. Fire up that chainsaw.
All right, let's move off of this. And as Logan, my answer to that is absolutely. I would love to do that. Let's do this. Let's set up another interview, and also set that up as another ritual show. I think that the ritual we did post Halloween, I think it was, what was it, the night after Halloween? I feel like that worked out great. We kept it very clean, very non-demonic. I think it worked out great, and I believe we're already seeing the results. I mean, look what's happened since. It's been nothing but gold and honey and prosper, and that is because we are in the land of milk and honey. Okay, let's move on to the next topic tonight. There's still so much to talk about. Let's see here. And great point, by the way, about the jester and the jester having so much power. I think that was very interesting. And I do, in the future, I do want to get into this clown stuff more. I think that clowns are a part of the occult in a way that a lot of people don't understand. I'm not sure if they represent the devil, the trickster, or what, but I know we've been talking about even Native Americans had their own version of clowns, and this is a tradition that goes back really far. And Todd, I know he collects clowns and he likes to terrify me with them, and he probably would have a lot to say about that. Why he would collect clowns, I don't know. I like to collect baseball cards. Todd likes to collect clowns. Creepy. But moving on, this is something that I really wanted to talk about tonight. It's really disturbing to me. Let me pull it up on Google real quick. If I can find it, let's see here. Okay, so basically what they're trying to do, this is from apnews.com. The House passes bill to expand definition of anti-Semitism amid growing campus protests over Gaza war. And the exact things that they are trying to prevent us from talking about really are ridiculous. Like they don't want us to, for example, they don't want us to ever compare what's happening to the Palestinians to what the Nazis were doing. I mean, some of those comparisons can be a little bit too far, but I don't think it's an unfair comparison the way that they are treating this specific group of people. To tell us that we cannot make that comparison is really limiting our free speech in a way that I've never seen in this country before. They're going to make it so you basically cannot criticize Israel at all. You cannot say anything that they would deem as anti-Semitic, even if for political purposes. You can't talk about Zionism. You can't talk about the Palestinians being treated badly. You can't talk about American politicians having dual citizenship. That's bad now for some reason. Actually, I think I retweeted something that had it all. Let me look for that real quick. Sorry about the delay. I hate when I do that, but I did tweet that out. So specifically, you will not be allowed to do these things. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming the existence of the state of Israel is a racist endeavor. So never mind the whole Rothschild thing. This is all about Jewish self-determination. Never mind the fact that a lot of these people are not even really, their bloodlines are not even Israeli originally. They're not even from the Middle East. They're white people from Khazaria and other various places that converted to Judaism. And a lot of them are legitimately Jewish and Semitic. That there's no doubt about that. Sephardic Jews and the ones that come from Spain and that area. I forget what the exact word is, but they are also Jews going back to ancient times. There's plenty of real Jews in Israel. I'm not going to deny that. But there's also plenty of people that just converted. And to say that we can't talk about something that is something that you can convert to, like a religion, and to make a religious belief system a protected group in a country that really has nothing to do with us, that seems insane to me. And here's the next one. You cannot apply double standards by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. I don't even know what that means. You got to agree with whatever they're doing, I guess. Oh, they're a democratic nation. That means the USA should be behind them because they practice democracy. Never mind the fact that their version of democracy is very different than ours. And they have a very strict idea of things like marriage. Gay marriage specifically is not allowed in Israel. And that's something that people don't even want to talk about or bring up, right? That makes people angry. Using the symbols and images associated with the classic anti-Semitism, claims of Jews killing Jesus, or blood libel to characterize Israel or Israelis. And I'm laughing not because I believe in calling Jewish people Christ killers or anything like that. I don't believe in anti-Semitism either. But to say that we can't even talk about what's in the Bible, you're making the Bible illegal, really? That's how much the USA has decided that they want to be Israelis' fucking bitch, that they're going to outlaw the Bible? No thanks. I'm sorry, no. I don't like that. Last one is I already mentioned this, but drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. They are really trying hard to pass this, and it looks like the majority of the people that want this are fucking Republicans. Again, what's going on here? Right? You want to pick a side, Democrats, Republicans, and these so-called patriots are more invested in Israel than this country? That seems to go against everything that Trump was talking about in his Make America Great Again, et cetera, et cetera. Who are we going to start with this time? Let's talk to Jin the Ninja. Thoughts on the potential of our free speech being reduced? What do you think, Jin?
So this has been major Twitter discourse today, and I know people hate when other. I know it's annoying when other people bring it up, but I'm going to use it because I think Twitter's a very interesting place with a lot of interesting people who have interesting perspectives and sometimes divergent opinions than what is in the mainstream. But everything that happens on Twitter, really 6 months later, it kind of percolates into reality. That's just the truth, and so. I'm not. I'm totally pro free speech, as you know, Dan. I do not. I think this is totally unconstitutional. However, I I do not think it's as severe. I think that people are sort of making it sound more inflammatory. Not that it isn't bad. It is bad. However, I'm not quite sure this is like the legal framework for what they're saying it is. Like, I don't really think that it's this, I don't think it's going to be this great impediment. Now, if you were in Florida, then it might be an issue. But if you were in like a more, I don't know, like a state that doesn't have the other laws passed, maybe you're okay. And then also, I want to also say that it's not just Soros fund, but yes, Soros does fund the Palestinian protests and always has done for a long time, over 20 years. But it's not just him. There are other sort of like world actors and factions that do fund some of these more subversive, like socialist groups. That is the reality. And there are multiple dialectics at play. And if I was going to, and I'm not trying to say that I know better or that what or tell anyone what to do, but I would say don't take sides in anything that doesn't involve America. Just because, like, even for me, like, I don't like. I said it, I don't like either side. I would just. I don't really care. I don't feel bad. I just completely put blinders on, and it's just not part of my reality. And I'm not going to cry for some Palestinians. I'm not going to like sympathize with the Israelis, and they do have a parasitical relationship with the U.S. That is true. Do I think that they are the root cause of all evil? No, but that was part of the whole Groyper thing too. Is that they sort of did this thing where it's oh the Jays, and then everybody did. Even for me, for a quick second, we all got like kind of caught up. Maybe not everyone, but a lot of people did get kind of caught up into that. And then you kind of like even out, and you're like, okay, that's really stupid. That's like very small thinking, and you kind of like get out of it. So I just know that anything the left does, I'm not going to support in the sense of like their rhetoric as to why we should support the Palestinians. Like, I don't agree with any of that. And I don't agree with their criticisms of Israel. Like, I'm never going to side with a leftist. Now, are there issues to criticize Israel? Of course. Definitely, yes. They should not have a parasitical relationship. We should not fund them. However, there is an unrealistic expectation that that other countries do this other kind of sort of foreign policy arrangement where everybody plays fair and there's no subterfuge and all the other countries are innocent and perfect. And that is completely not true. And the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, has funded many genocides, including the Khmer Rouge, including the they funded they armed the during the there was a genocide in Indonesia in 65 till about 71, and they armed the forces. The PLA gave guns to them with Americans also there, so we know it was kind of a joint PLA CIA sort of thing that they did. So I'm saying that other countries are not innocent. So to pretend that America is the only bad guy, I think that is the dialectical trap. I think that is where people make the mistake. It's okay to like where you're from, and it's okay to have pride in it and to believe that it can be something good. Now, will it be perfect? No, because it is an imperfect thing run by imperfect people. So I also think that that's true. So I just think that people have these like they have foreign policy caring. They want the US to care about everyone else, but then at the same time they don't want to be involved in any war. They Unless it's their war. Everybody has kind of their war that they would be okay with. And I just think that it's unrealistic to expect not to have like an army or a militarized presence. But at the end of the day, peace is better than war, but war will happen. It's just an inevitable. It's a metaphysical function. Guevara exists. It happens, and there's a cosmic reason that it happens. And I'm not saying that we should embrace it, but I'm saying that we should have realistic expectations of where we're at.
Do you feel that this is Ares or some kind of other god or gods that need to be fed by bloodshed?
I do think, well, Dan, I'm more of a monotheist-ish or monist, I guess. So I think those planetary gods are just like very outer kind of daemons, like more of the Greek daemon. I think they're kind of like planetary intelligences. I don't really think of them as full deities that are, it's like little shards of God, little shards of the one God. It's not really like full things. So yes, they can definitely be bloodthirsty, but I also think they play a cosmic role. I think that until everybody is like doing theurgy, living off the land, like I don't mean living off the land like 1602. I'm talking about like living off the land, like everybody's like gardening or farming, or like you do, go up in the mountains, and everybody's kind of like this Rousseauian libertarian, and we're kind of like in this arrangement where we're just like kind of at peace. We're kind of, whatever, like it's more utopian, I guess. And I don't know if we can ever get there, but unless we were all living like that, I think it would be very difficult to get away from war in totality.
I agree 100%. Thank you so much, Jen. Very insightful right there. Let's go one at a time now, and then maybe we'll switch back to roundtable. Let's mix things up a little bit. Also, we are going to go to break soon. So when we come back to break, I'd like to mix things up even further, and let's do your guys' news stories. Anything that you guys have or topics you want to bring up. I'm kind of interested because I know what my notes say, but I don't know what your guys' notes say, or I don't know what you have. I mean, I have plenty else written down. I'm very prepared for tonight, and I have plenty of topics to talk about. But I was wondering if you guys had anything that you'd like to bring up. I know Dr. Robert has something he'd like to talk about, but let's continue the discussion about this, what I think of as an attack on our free speech. I know one thing is for sure. If this passes, I'm finished. I mean, maybe just based on things that I've said in the past and things I've said on the show. So I really don't want that to happen. I feel like, I was reading things about how, the thing that happened in 2020, I'm not going to talk about it, of course, but I've read that the whole purpose of that was to gain a greater degree of control over the people so that they can't criticize Israel. Maybe that's a bad theory. I don't know, but something rings true about that. Let's see what Todd the bot has to say. He's organizing some papers.
Shuffling some papers. How are you, Daniel?
Shuffling his notes.
Yep. Looking through what I was just writing down.
What do you think about our free speech being limited by this bill that wants to tell us that we cannot say jack smack about Israel?
Well, they started trying to make it illegal to boycott, divest, or even raise any issues. Do you remember that? That came in where you can't even boycott something that's... Give me a break. Dual citizens. That part just kills me. Well, if you go look at how many people are in the federal government, at the top of the government, the number of them is like 90% are dual citizens. And you go, dual citizens? You'd think they would be like citizens of America. Americans. No, they're fucking dual citizens. They have... do you think that would influence your view in any way, Daniel? Like if you're Canadian and American, or maybe you're German and American, or maybe you're Australian and American? You think that might influence your view about how you would handle foreign policy?
Yeah, of course. I mean, as an American, I feel my interest should focus on...
Like if you lived in Utah, and you were also part of Washington, wouldn't you like kind of hold Utah dear to your heart as you go to Washington to decide foreign policy?
Well, that's how Trump got me initially. As you remember, years and years ago, what was it? 8, 12, 10 years ago, something like that. I was starting to get on the Trump train. I was starting to promote him heavily, get people to vote for him and stuff like that. And the reason why he sold himself on me is he said he was going to put America first, that he was going to make it all about restoring America to what it once was.
That's his slogan. That's his slogan.
And as soon as I learned about all these connections to Israel and what he was doing for Israel, I was like, oh, man, I got trumped.
Well, look at what happened with the new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. He promised that he was against the illegal spying that they were doing because they use that against Trump. He promised he would do something about the immigration because they're just bringing people, the border's wide open, come here, come terrorists one and all. Any time of day or night, if you have a couple dollars, you can come in here. He promised he would take care of that, and then there's a number of things that he promised that never got done. So on Trump,
and it's like, what?
That's the one thing. That's the one thing. That's the one thing about Trump.
It used to be that if you pissed off the left, that's when you get canceled. Now it's turning into you can also piss off the right and get canceled. This isn't fair.
Well, what that is that's the awakening to where the power structure is, right? There's that old saying, figure out who you can't criticize, and then you'll know who's running shit, basically, to a certain degree. And it isn't that they're running it, it's that they have programs they want to run there. Israel isn't running the world. Jewish people don't control the whole conspiracy. George Soros is there. The Rothschilds are there. But that's not the world conspiracy. They're just one part of this thing that's moving us into a giant one world government. And that's the main goal. They get all these side shows going. Not to mention if they can get a big enough World War III situation, like Albert Pike talked about, horrify people.
Todd, let me challenge you with a question. Long ago, you told me something. You said that all these people. I mean, you said it's not a conspiracy, and I'm just being kind of like facetious here.
Please do.
It's not the Jews that are behind everything, yet every person that's really involved at the top level seems to have a Jewish last name. There's
a lot of them. There's like 90% of them. And I think that might be more that, put that out front. Well, Jewish people are deeply involved in a lot of magical, like the earliest magical knowledge, the Babylonian, some of the stuff coming out of Babylon and Egypt, the Hermes Trismegistus, the Hermetic principles have they're incorporated into that stuff. So they're a power structure. They're doing the red heifer thing, so they must still be. It's the Abrahamic religions, Daniel. It's that tripartite. The Muslims, the Christians, and the
something about
Hebrews.
Well, you've always kind of been very anti Judaic, and I don't mean to make it sound like you.
No, I'm just like, can't people live without being part of this? Haven't we been told how primitive society was when they were making you become part of their religion or you die? The United States was like, we accept all religions. That's what I love about the American concept. But now all of a sudden it's getting more serious. Oh, you have to take these guys' words or else. That's what disgusted me the most. Can I be atheist if I want to? Because I kind of was raised in a Mormon community. But if I want to be atheist, can I be atheist and not be put to death if I came in and argued for atheism? See, if you want to know who controls things, go see who can't make fun of you.
Interesting. And who is it that you can't make fun of?
Oh, the Mormons, if you're in Utah.
Good one. Big comeback.
I mean, where do you live?
Yeah. Well, in Washington, we're not allowed to talk about tree huggers. If we talk about them, they will come to our houses. And
I I want everybody to come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Everybody get together. Try to love one another right now.
Beautiful.
Right now. Oh, come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Everybody get together. Try to love one another right
now. Thank you, Todd. Nice little musical rendition at the end there. Oh, Clint, he had to step out. He has to run over to the store, but he wanted me to say this. He typed this in the private chat. His opinion is that it's all just to make the World War III scenario outlined by Pike and Mussolini put in place. That makes a lot of sense. I don't know who puts that stuff out there, but it's probably the people that are doing it. It might be what's it called? Revelation of the method, or it might be deception to throw people off. I really have no idea. Both make a lot of sense. Al, where's he been? Martian Medicine Man says alcohol makes people funner. That may be true. It also makes women sluttier and men more likely to get in a fight and get their teeth knocked out. So there are downsides as well. We have not asked Dr. Robert what he thinks about this new possible legislation. Dr. Robert, do you have any opinion on free speech or what the consequences of this bill might endow upon us?
I think it's absurd.
Absurd. Hey, well said. Absurd in the least.
Yeah, I think it's absurd, man. I can't even wrap my hand around what they're doing, man. It's insane to me, man. I know what it is, basically. I mean, it's the finest fallacy, basically. It's not like they're making like an empirical effort to really determine what anti-Semitism is, like things that are really directed at and specifically harmful to Jews that have no social utility as far as like alleviating the pain or suffering of other human beings that might be mistreated by another group, right? So what they're doing based by the finance, they're just basically arbitrarily defining what anti-Semitism is, and that's whatever questions their power. So it's not really like a legitimate moral concern. It's a political and a political concern, basically. It's all about power, man. It's about maintaining power and not losing power, basically. And this is what I was trying to tell Clint before. You know, laws mean nothing if you don't have power to enforce them. And that's why you see this certain group of people, I'm not going to say they are, you know, they just sort of get the red carpet rolled out for them for anything they want, no matter how absurd it is. And we as Americans have to really slow down and start to pay attention to these things and start to question and challenge these things. Like right now, like a good question you should be asking your political leaders who are supporting this thing basically is, how is it that you are prepared to engage in immediate action for foreign influence to limit the free speech arbitrarily of your own American citizens? So they're limiting our power to voice legitimate concerns against a foreign group of people on behalf of a foreign group of people. If that doesn't sound like a dereliction of duties, or I mean, if this was like a fiduciary relationship, it'd be a violation or breach of your fiduciary relationship. Like they have a relationship with us, kind of fiduciary too, because it's our tax dollars.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, our government has a fiduciary relationship with us that they're breaching on behalf of a foreign entity.
It's disturbing when you lay it out like that.
It's absurd. It really is absurd, dude. This is absurd.
And another aspect of it is the fact that outlawing certain speech also outlaws history. It's allowing certain people to rewrite history in a way that is beneficial to themselves.
You're nailing it too. Not only that, you know what else it does too? It's harmful. It's extremely, because it prevents our ability, the ability of posterity, to learn from our ancestors' mistakes.
Yeah.
If our ancestors' mistakes are being concealed from us, how do we prevent ourselves from making the same mistakes and committing the same atrocities? This is what I'm saying. Like, this is absurd. Like, this is that, like, this is unconstitutional on its face, because you have a foreign power involved, and then you have our government actively acting on the behalf of a foreign entity against the will of the American people.
Chad in the chat makes another good point. He says, in saying we can't criticize how our tax money is being spent on Ukraine or with the war in Israel, it's beyond ridiculous. I have to agree with that as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's like basically, like, they're basically allowing a foreign government, like, exactly this is what they're doing basically. Is what they were accusing Trump of doing with Putin. And I'm not defending Trump, but it's basically the same concept, you know, because whether you perceive it as a benign entity or an entity that's malevolent, right, it's still a violation of our rights as citizens, no matter what the intent is, because you're our fucking government representatives. We, the people, are the government. That's what democracy means. It comes from the Greek Latin word democratia, which means people rule. Our government,
democratia,
people. You get where I'm coming from? So then you have our government going against the will of the people for a foreign entity.
Man, I'm getting mad now. I'm getting like seriously disturbed and angry.
Whether it's good or bad, it can be good as fuck. It still doesn't change the fact that it's a violation of our constitutional rights.
Absolutely. And Dr. Robert, thank you. I know you have much more to say. I want to go into your segment soon. I don't want you to blow your whole wad all at once. I probably should put it in different terms, but we will get back to you momentarily. Todd, let's touch bases with you one more time. Anything else that you would like to add about this situation? I know you feel strongly about it, and like Clint, you're a big proponent of. Let's bring Clint on too, because he gave me something to say in the chat, but he might want to weigh in. Let's ask you, Todd. Anything else you'd like to add on this?
Remind me again what we're talking about, because the subject's so broad.
The House passing a bill to really limit anything that we can say in criticism of
It's the most disgusting shit I've ever heard. I get sick of censors. I was raised in a generation that says if you're censoring speech, you're the fucking bad guy. You're the fucking Nazi. If you're not allowing people to argue their points in a peaceful arena, then you're the bad guy. Let's call it what it is, man. You're the fucking Nazi. You're the book burner.
Well, I think it's
evil.
Well, I was just pointing out how bad this drink is that I just blew 15
that drink
bucks
looks
on.
bad. You're that guy. Yeah, you're that guy, or that drink. Yeah.
Well, I bought some donuts brand, right?
I bought some Dutch
what is
beer
it?
too.
Ice donuts beer. Ice donut beer.
Ice coffee. Usually, ice coffee is bomb.
This is alcoholic coffee.
Oh shit! What's he drinking?
Nice.
An upper and a downer at what?
Clint, you gotta drink it cold though. You gotta drink it cold. That's the problem.
Oh, it's cold. It's pretty funky.
Right on.
Uppers and downers. I remember they used to have that drink when I was like in my 20s. I forget what it was called. It was called like Foursquare or something like that. And they're like these huge cans, and they're super cheap. And it was like alcohol with caffeine in it. It was just fucking so bad.
Oh, it went out of business real fast. Yeah. Four Loco. Yeah, it went out of business.
Four Loco for life, that's it.
Only lasted a year. You know, first thing I want to say to everybody, I love Dr. Robert, and man, he is so smart. And I'm glad that we got him here with us. There's parts that were of this history we're all looking at that we're all trying to come together on, you know, see different angles of this. Dr. Robert's one of the best things that happened to Interday's radio because fuck, he's fucking genius. He's fucking genius. I love that segment of his show. It's the best part of your show, Daniel. Almost.
We're going to be headed back into that soon. Clint, any thoughts on this bill being potentially passed?
Yeah, to answer the question, it's all just again part of that Albert Pike Muzzini scenario of them. It's all just to make it all happen. You know, it's these intricate plans of political science are devised so meticulously and so, you know, there's so much complications to it that, you know, it's gonna go over the head of any average person, and that they're all gonna become part of the plan by basically by just following this A-B rhetoric where, you know, all these A-B rhetorics, one path or the other path, they all it's all controlled, and the only way to outreach it is to either A, don't play the game, B, don't choose either of the paths, or C, you know, well, I guess there is no C, but that's the only two ways, is to don't choose either path or just straight up ignore everything. And, you know, because like the founding fathers were against intervention with foreign states and stuff, and all this whole all this rhetoric is designed to corner people. It's like a lawyer's way to corner someone, and that they're cornering people into these two canals, and the two canals they all lead to fucking controlled conflict.
Here's the deal, Clint. Here's the deal. These guys do this stuff for fun. They have all the money and all the time, and they practice all day, every day, since forever, on how to pit people against each other and do psychological war and operations. We all know the history they've told us, and we all kind of know slight alternate history. So just realize the people that we're up against are so far beyond us. But you have to operate on a scale that people can deal with, can talk about. Right,
I think
Daniel?
it's also, well, hold on.
Right,
I think
Clint?
it's also population control. Because see,
Oh,
like
definitely.
last night in my live stream, I shared this thing. It was a page excerpt from Carl Schwab's book about reducing the world population to 1 billion.
Klaus Schwab.
That's terrifying.
Well, that would mean that's reducing it by, you know, the population is 9 billion, so that's 1/9 of the population. So they want to kill everybody but 1 out of 9 people. That's what Carl Schwab wants.
We have to get rid of a certain number of people so that we can all enjoy the earth together. And then if you just eat the bugs, you'll be happy. You live in your one pod home.
We're going to pump you up.
With bugs.
Stick around. We'll put you in a coffin.
This is just like the Georgia Guidestones, right? It says they're going to reduce the world's
Oh, hell yeah.
population down to
Yeah.
like 10%, and they're gonna it's gonna be a paradise. And I have a feeling that's not the first time they've done this, because again, why are we growing up in the generation where all this technology is being released? You want me to believe that that's real? No, it's fake. My life is fake. I'm Truman. All right, it's time for break, people. We went a little bit long. The plan, since the guest didn't come along, the plan was to do a little bit of a shorter show. It looks like that's not really working out. But let's touch base with Dr. Robert and see if he's ready to do his segment.
I'm ready, man. Let's go.
All right, let's hit that theme music, pull up that banner, and let's head down the rabbit hole with the enigmatic Dr. Robert.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Let's start with prayer. Keep this one real short. And I consecrated it. Live long and prosper. Ase. Embark on a journey of intrigue and mystery with Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, a captivating and thought-provoking show that will take you on an adventure of discovery. Delve into the shadowy recesses of history, where you'll encounter bizarre and extraordinary events that challenge your understanding of the known world. Each question raised offers a thrill as you seek answers, or a moment of wonder when you grasp the enormity of what remains undiscovered. Set off on an unforgettable adventure and discover the secrets hidden deep within the rabbit hole. I'm Dr. Robert, and while I serve as one of the hosts for this show, my segment contributes to the broader In Today's radio program. Daniel San, our principal host, possesses a remarkable array of talents. Nonetheless, I'm excited to be part of this and look forward to presenting the evidence to you. In today's episode, number 17, we continue our in-depth investigation into the possibility of a secret and dangerous Nazi cabal functioning within the corridors of political power and influence in the United States. Episode 16 explored the enigmatic and bittersweet partnership of Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard. These unconventional allies shared a bond that was as magical as it was tumultuous. In episode 17, we remain on our path and investigate Mr. Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, focusing on Mr. Parsons' life in particular. We sincerely hope that the audience of In Today's Radio will enjoy and appreciate this episode, aptly titled The Israeli Theory. Dun, dun, dun! FBI file 65-1753, which originated from the Los Angeles field office and was filed in Cincinnati, Ohio on November 22nd, 1950, indicates that Parsons was under investigation by the Army's Counterintelligence Corps in May 1948. Major Sam Bruno, Chief of Secretary at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, reported the CIC investigation to the FBI. His report indicated that a sexually perverse religious cult was organized at the subject's residence, located at 1003 South Orange Grove Avenue, Pasadena, California. California has been described as a provocative in the report, which also indicates that the subject was reportedly associated with an individual whose name has been redacted and is alleged to be a member of the Communist Party. Although his security clearance was eventually reinstated on March 7, 1949, it signified that Parsons' career had been significantly disrupted. For those intrigued by UFO lore, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in 1948 presents a compelling backdrop for the investigation of Jack Parsons. Known among UFO enthusiasts, Wright-Patterson is reputedly where debris from the 1947 Roswell flying saucer incident was taken. It is also the place where Nazi General Walter Dornberger and his team were brought under Operation Paperclip, coinciding with the Roswell crash in July 1947, fueling speculation that the UFOs were Nazi experimental aircraft. It is plausible that the Air Base security personnel were involved in the Parsons investigation because of his significant role in the rocket program rather than for demonic reasons. Nonetheless, in today's radio listeners should remain open-minded, as those who later became associated with Parsons' case are found in some peculiar and concerning locations. During this period, Parsons sought employment wherever possible. Lacking a security clearance barred him from the defense sector, so he secured positions with firms providing special effects for Hollywood studios. Concurrently, he was experiencing a significant psychological crisis. In December 1948, he undertook the oath of the abyss in a ceremony by W.T. Smith. This act, ladies and gentlemen, is equivalent to voluntarily enduring the long dark night of the soul, a concept prevalent in artistic and psychological literature. Most occult initiations can be conferred, that is, transmitted, through rituals and the laying on of hands or other suitable ceremonies. However, the initiatory stages of the abyss and beyond are not subject to human imposition as per the traditions of the mystery or Western mystery schools. In this context, the entirety of creation is represented by the Kabbalist's Tree of Life, a symbolic diagram featuring 10 spheres linked by 22 pathways. The abyss distinguishes the uppermost 3 spheres from the lower spheres, a realm where the ego may be annihilated. Failure to transcend the ego results in becoming a black brother or magician of the left-hand path, considered an evil magician and a harbinger of pestilence. Spooky. Successfully traversing the abyss, however, results in greater spiritual glory. Within the Crawley system, one can take the oath of the abyss at any moment, which may swiftly thrust them into the dark night of the soul, risking submersion. It is seen as a drastic measure, laden with psychological consequences, potentially leading to the disintegration of one's personality or even sanity. Compounding this, Parsons adopted the initiated name and identity of the Antichrist. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, the profound symbolic and spiritual significance imbued in a term as powerful as Antichrist and what it discloses about the deep-seated forces shaping an individual psyche. Chew on that a bit. Parsons came to view Christianity as a detrimental force to civilization that needed to be eradicated. He believed that as the Antichrist, he had the power to invoke Babylon, the scarlet woman of the apocalypse, the great beast, 666 consort, to catalyze a transformative upheaval in Western civilizations. As evidenced by his writings, Parsons was not inherently anti-Christian. He held the view that conventional Christianity had obscured and overshadowed the true essence of Christ, asserting that the established form of Christianity was erroneous, while the Gnostic interpretation was accurate. Parsons, ladies and gentlemen, recognized that Christianity's strength resided in the straightforwardness of its message and symbolism. He attributed the downfall of esoteric groups like the Gnostics to their intricate nature and the intellectual rigor they required. He envisioned fostering a mystical, thelemic spiritual revolution, seeking a straightforward message and symbol. However, he encountered the catch-22 associated with the symbols of the Scarlet Woman, Great Beast, and the Antichrist. Symbols established or appropriated by the church, embedding a mechanism of failure. That is, ladies and gentlemen, affirming opposition to Christianity inadvertently reinforces its dualistic framework, becoming an accomplice to the very issue at hand. In a way, an individual gives new life to the things they stand against. Take Satanists, for instance. They exist within the spectrum of Christianity because it is the church that conceptualizes Satan. Thus, it highlights the dynamic relationship between oppositional forces and how they define each other within various contexts, as well as the role context plays in shaping the meaning of oppositional forces and the power of an individual to redefine and reframe them. Think that through. In contrast, Buddhists, Hindus, Taoists, and followers of other non-Christian faiths do not fall under this category. Despite his efforts, Parson was deeply entrenched in what is fundamentally a Christian, or more broadly, a Judeo-Christian tradition, and found himself unable to separate from its emblematic symbols fully. Simultaneously, stripped of his security clearance and access to Earth's clandestine government sectors, he yearned to enter the celestial domains. The very individual who had wielded significant sway over the technology propelling rockets into the cosmos now aspired to project his essence, not corporeally, but in an astral form composed of cosmic material, into the stellar sphere. The language provides insight into his life experience. It possibly offers hints not present in FBI records, stating, an end to all authority that is not founded on bravery and manhood, to the authority of deceitful priests, scheming judges, and extorting police. The notion of blackmailing or extorting police emerges from the intriguing history surrounding Jack Parsons. It's conceivable that Parsons was subject to blackmail, given his home served as the focal point for a cult engaged in activities that some might label as sexual perversion and subversion. Such practices, potentially involving drugs, sex, and rituals, could have piqued the interest of law enforcement, especially during a period marked by other federal probes. In such a climate, Parsons might have found himself in a precarious situation, occasionally necessitating financial settlements to maintain his freedom and continue his work. Evidence suggests that Parsons, a consultant for the LAPD, provided testimony against criminals. Additionally, it appears that Sant Meyer, an explosive experts and fellow consultant, offered conflicting accounts at the time of Parsons' death, which may indicate a deliberate attempt at disinformation. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ahead of our story. After Parsons had his security clearance restored, he began employment at a huge aircraft company. However, in September 1950, he was discovered with classified documents. Parsons confessed they were to assist him in drafting a proposal for a laboratory in Israel. This incident was deemed espionage, leading to his permanent security clearance revocation. The individual at the center of the investigation, introduced by J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI, was Assistant Attorney General James McInerney. During their correspondence in the spring of 1951, they sought to determine if the documents held by Parsons were classified and if their sale or transfer to Israel constituted a security breach. Most of the documents originated from Parsons' tenure at Galcit, Galcit, were penned during wartime. Nevertheless, the military classified one document as restricted and two others as confidential, thereby providing a slender pretext for suspecting Parsons of espionage on behalf of Israel. The correspondence and the concurrent investigation by the FBI and the military services spanned over a year. On February 7th, 1952, Hoover dispatched a memorandum to James McInerney notifying him that the Industrial Employment Review Board of the Department of Defense had denied Parsons' appeal. An accompanying letter from the board stated that Parsons could potentially, willingly or unwillingly, compromise the security interests of the United States, posing a threat to national security. 5 months afterwards, Parsons was dead. Let's stop there. Join us next time. Same rabbit ass time, same rabbit ass channel. White Rabbit Kill Squad war cry. Hootie hoo, hootie hoo.
Hello and welcome back to the End of Days. Not that you ever left. We had Dr. Robert doing another one of his fantastic segments. I love the fact that he's talking about Parsons because I have had a keen interest in Jack Parsons probably before I ever even started the show when I was in the formulative stages. So the fact that he's telling me all this stuff I didn't even know about the guy, I absolutely love it. What a great time. I did want to kind of I have plenty more to talk about, lots of stuff, but I did want to kind of turn it over to the panel, to the Court of the Owls, and see if anybody had any news stories they wanted to discuss or any topics they wanted to discuss. Let's start off with Todd. Todd, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm so good. Man, this best show ever. Best show ever.
I agree.
And I know I say that about every show, but I think this thing is honing down like a finely tuned guitar. I think this thing is distilling into a fine liqueur. I think the concept, Daniel, that you started a long time ago talking about the end of days, that has become in fashion now. Now, all of a sudden, if you're hip, you're talking about the end of the world. Well, when we've been talking about this, Daniel, forever, right? No,
I mean, there's cults out there that are raised on the idea of it being the end of days.
But we turned it into something cool, like, yeah, it's really hip, man. Let's sit around Friday night show. I love it. Now everybody loves it. No, I'm just teasing.
I think the move to Friday nights was a really good idea because Friday night is the night where people are going out and doing stuff like that. I don't do any of those things anymore. I did when I was a younger person. So this gives me some party time for my Friday
another
night.
Good thing about Friday night every time is we can people that want to be here can plan on that time slot. So
that's
if you do it every Friday night, I will be here every other weekend. But Daniel, if there's ever like an emergency or like Todd, I've got to have you on this show. You can call me and I will be on that show that night, if you have to. But otherwise, every other Friday night for me, I love that. Every Friday night, Daniel, is killer. and the lineup that you got going, the Court of Owls that you got going, man, you can't beat it. It is incredible.
Yes, I consider myself to be very blessed, and I just want to throw out that if anybody ever has anything to plug on the show, don't be shy about it. It's the least I can do is allow you to plug your various endeavors and stuff like that.
Thank you for putting this on, Daniel. I gotta throw a few things out. BG Cast, what's his name? Does he have a name, or does he just go by BG Cast?
His name is Steve.
Steve,
But
love you,
sometimes I call him
Steve. Come
BG.
back again, yeah. Get on here every time, Steve.
Oh yeah, I definitely those stories.
I
he
like
was sharing
Steve.
about the heroin addiction were pretty good. I enjoyed that stuff.
Oh, I love that stuff. I love survival stories. One of the hardest things to get over, not a bear attack, a heroin fucking addiction.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
Bear attack, it's fucking over and done in 5 minutes. A heroin addiction, that's a fucking serious life survival.
Yeah. Todd, the thing is that we talk about a lot of like paranormal, supernatural, conspiratorial, spiritual, rabbit
The
hole
whole
type of
time.
topics. But sometimes it's good to just hear that itty gritty sort of reality that some people experience when they're hitting a low.
Yeah, I love it. We on End of Days try to just talk about the new, try to get some flashy fucking stuff, so that you'll like the show. We're just selling out all day long like Howard Stern. No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing. We actually try to hit stuff that matters, that's real, and shit, you got that going on here tonight. I missed Logan's story at the beginning. I was 10 minutes late because your show said 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on YouTube. And so I tuned in 10 minutes late. That threw me because I thought you were going to be an hour later because I'm one time zone off from you.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Time zones are always like that. And
That
I just
fucked
wanted
with
to
me.
touch bases with Logan a bit because I tried to call him once or twice and was not able to get a hold of him, and a lot happened to him. I just wanted to find out what was going on. Why don't we all find out together and see what's going on with Logan? And it sounds to me like it does sound like some kind of spiritual attack, just the whole way that he described the way that unfolded. And I mean, you take Logan, he's he's living, the way that Logan lives, and the way that he comes across maybe to police officers and people like that, maybe they just weren't understanding that it seems to me he was pretty innocent in the situation.
If you come up to a police officer and you're looking at him like Logan looks at him and you say, look into my eyes, try to understand these concepts, that might not go across so well because he has those dark penetrating eyes too,
The cop starts going, God, holy shit.
They might not, just like be willing to accept what he's saying. I mean, just guessing.
Yeah, I'm sure they were trying to read him his Miranda rights that he starts talking about, I'm from another reality.
I'm from another reality. That video, Logan, where the guy's shooting, that's not a good look right now. Any videos where someone's shooting a machine gun, that's going to be used by the government as evidence that you would shoot everyone with a machine gun.
How does it
right,
go?
Daniel?
He's from the future.
I'm from the future. Come on. That looks like something the government would produce to try to paint anybody with an idea that's slightly different from theirs as a kook. Right? That's the gimmick. That's the gimmick.
Trevor Coker, I think I told you about this, Todd, but like one of the first times Logan came on, Trevor swears that Logan like transported into the room with him and was like,
I heard that. Trevor, who the fuck is Trevor Coker?
And Trevor's cool. He's been following me on Twitter for a while. We kind of go back and forth here and there. He listens to the show. But
what a name.
He was like, oh my God.
Logan came into his room. I seen him. Yeah, those eyeballs. Man, Logan, first time I met him was when I was doing a show with you. I was the guest.
Yeah.
You freaked me out.
And that's when he said it happened, when Logan was doing the thing with his eyes. He's like, yeah, Logan actually traveled into the room with me. And I mean,
I hadn't been on Daniel's show as a guest for years because I'm just a haunter of the show, I'm haunter of End of Days Radio. I troll it, I'm always there in the background. But my show, all of a sudden I meet Logan. and I was getting ready for a deep dive into H.P. Lovecraft, and here comes Logan. And he's like, "Nice to meet you." And he's telling me this thing, and he's looking into the camera with those eyes. And he's like, "Look at my eyes and tell me what you think." And I'm like, whoa, I was trying to put on a Lovecraft show. Here's this guy.
Why do you think he showed up? We're putting on a Lovecraft show, and all of a sudden this guy comes out, and he's
Totally the old ones. I'm like the old ones. He's one of those secret societies that Lovecraft wrote about, haunting the post offices, your government offices, calling on Cthulhu. One of those guys. One of my favorite stories by H.P. Lovecraft was Whisper in the Darkness, and it was set in 1921. And there was actually, he wrote about, there were people at the post office that were Cthulhu worshippers, secret members of Cthulhu worship that were intercepting letters to try to determine whether they got on to that there were Cthulhu worshippers.
Is this real or is this a story?
This is a story in 1921 that he wrote. Cthulhu myth, the Cthulhu, Call of Cthulhu.
But what's really interesting about that entire
Whisper in the Darkness
Cthulhu thing is the idea of, I guess you would call it an egregore, like some type of entity where all these people are starting to kind of enter into a hive mind with it.
Well, it's also just the idea of creating something. There's been a lot of people that have spawned off of Lovecraft's fictional Necronomicon and created full-on religions that are more solid than Anton LaVey's Church of Satan now.
And there's actual magical systems based on the Lovecraft mythos. There's at least like 3 or 4 of them.
And they're getting technical and more advanced, and it's becoming like a religion in itself, like that movie Dune. Did you see that movie Dune, the new one?
Yeah. I was
they're like worshiping some weird.
I was talking to Clint the other day, and I was kind of telling him about how the stuff in Dune is closer to the truth than many of us would realize. It basically is the truth being told through like a mythological means.
Yeah, definitely. Frank Herbert wrote Dune, and he was introducing people to the idea of the spice, the drug, was like the drug war.
Did you know he's from my state?
Frank Herbert is from Washington?
He sure as hell is.
No way.
He once took a boat and rode it from like Seattle to Canada.
You're shitting me. That's odd.
Yeah, he was a trooper.
Is he still alive?
I don't believe so.
I was going to say, those books were like 1970s. I came across Dune and I read 3 of them. There's about 7 or 8 there's the Dune family. I read the first one, it blew my mind. The second one blows your mind even more. Before the movies even come out, I read the books, and they were so like trippy. You're just like, whoa! You can feel the planet. You can feel the planet.
Look who we got here.
Arrakis.
It's Bobby and Two Crows.
Hi.
What's going on, mister?
I'm fine. I was tuning in like every week and hearing Dr. Robert with his awesome stuff going down the rabbit hole. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, wonderful. So yeah, I'm very interested in this type of talks. I came last week. I don't know if you guys remember me.
Absolutely. How can we forget you?
Loved you, man. You were cool, man.
Yeah. So
how's life treating you, little brother?
It's fine. It's fine. I've been just working, working.
Okay. Just living, huh?
I can relate to that.
Yeah. Yeah, trust me. We just like you. No different. We get it.
Absolutely. I like that shirt. Chilling.
Yeah. So it's interesting right now how it's like we're all so engulfed in all this information and how they use this massive amount of this ocean of information, I think possibly to keep us occupied on from us, not so we don't look at the ball, and that so because they got the ball and they're never gonna drop the ball, and it's like football. We gotta
No,
tackle
they
them
got
as they
goals,
fumble.
Clint. What it is, they got goals, but they are bouncing the thing trying to distract us. But they got goals they're trying to get to. So they only drop a ball or whatever you're talking about in to make us move. The only thing they drop, the only stories they're telling, and the things that are going on are make us move in the direction they want us to go. They think like that.
Oh yeah.
They don't give you 1 inch of space. Every major story is a way to move you in the direction they want us to go. Where do they want us to go? A one world government where you have no rights and you're going to live in a coffin apartment and eat bugs.
Yeah, that's definitely seems like well, at least for the us common folks.
And I was reading that actually we are already eating a lot of bug stuff like chitin.
Oh
chitin
yeah,
fish and insects.
Totally.
You're talking about that red
Please don't tell me that.
They're putting so much bugs in the food. They
Please
allow
don't tell me that.
17% of your food to be made with bug parts.
Please
Well,
don't tell me.
Food in general is I mean, I've helped gut chickens before, and all the GMO chickens are littered with tumors. I mean, I've gutted and skinned chickens. Oh yeah, I would not eat any
sick chickens.
Stop
Yeah, I would only
talking.
eat.
Tell me anymore.
It's bad. It's bad.
Well, it's like
it's bad.
After I gutted a bunch of chickens one summer, like over 20 years ago, I was like, man, I can't even eat chicken. It's like, holy shit, all those tumors. I was like, what the fuck? And then they grind them all up into chicken nuggets.
Have you seen these videos where they ship them across the sea for 6 months in cages where they shit on each other and they're full of sores and the feces piles up so high that they're just bathed in fucking their own disease?
Oh my God. That's like
and then they get them here, and all they want is the meat, just the meat, and they'll fucking bleach it down to where nothing can survive, and that's why it tastes. That's why it doesn't. It doesn't bite the same way. In the old days, before they started fucking everything up, you could bite into a piece of chicken, and your teeth would go right through it.
Well, they got evil farmers.
In the new period, now
like
the chicken's rubbery because it's been shocked.
Yeah, it's like
horribly.
on the Matrix when they have that discussion about how we wouldn't even know what real chicken tastes like, because how would you know if you're eating fake chicken all the time? Who knows what it should taste like?
Have you ever heard about the best way to cook a steak is you let it mature, and then before you throw it onto the grill or whatever, you warm it up. Don't throw it from the freezer onto the grill because it shocks the meat. Let the meat warm up before you cook it. Yeah, because if you throw a fucking frozen steak on a grill, by the time it's done, it's going to be hard as a rock because you didn't let it thaw out and let the muscle relax.
Exactly. And guys, I'm going to bring you back on in a second. Bear with me. I just wanted to say that I tried cooking some fried chicken, and I needed to buy a whole chicken to do that, and I was pretty shocked. I didn't see any tumors, but just all those guts and stuff falling out. That was pretty nasty. But boy, do I love fried chicken. It was worth it. I did want to talk to Dr. Robert because I think he wanted to talk about Ryan Garcia, the boxer.
Oh yeah. Now you and I kind of talked a little bit via text, right?
Yes.
And we talked about how he came out, initially when they announced the fight with Devin Haney, right? As being held down, forced to witness the rape of a child, right?
Yeah, he said they tied him to a tree at Bohemian Grove and made him watch them violate a child.
All right. Now, after that, he's never tried to find out who this child was, right? Like, that's the last we heard of this child, right?
Yeah, I don't remember him giving much of a description. Saying it was it was Macaulay Culkin, or I mean Macaulay Culkin would be too old, but he didn't point out any specific children or what they look like or anything like that. To me, I told you this via text. Like and I guess we got to kind of backtrack a little bit too, because the thing that's happening right now is, and correct me if I don't have this right, but he won the fight, but then he got busted for PEDs afterwards.
Yes. PEDs is not short for pedo either. It's for performance enhancing drug. But that's an interesting pun, because that's his rules. That was his excuse. Just so happen, it's a lot of way to beat drug tests, man. You got coming from? But like,
wait,
if you're not,
what did you say about being drug tested?
It's a lot of ways to beat them, man. Like, like my brother D-Rock, right? My older brother is the master at beating drug tests for jobs.
So does he bring the piss bag?
Oh man, he's like 100-0. Like, people come to him for advice and everything on how to beat him and shit like that. So I know it's possible to beat him, but you can slip up too. You know where I'm coming from?
Oh, sure. I've been there before.
Yeah, because some people make an argument, well, he tested before, he they didn't find anything before. Maybe his game was tight then. I mean, but it is ways to conceal drugs. Then they're going the contamination route, right? That's bullshit and bogus too, because that's common knowledge. We know all kind of drugs get contaminated all the time. That still doesn't exonerate him.
They always do that. They say, "Oh, I wasn't on PEDs. That was in my Special K. That was in the supplement I was taking. I didn't know that it was in the supplement I was taking."
Yeah, but the thing I'm tripping off of is, like, the guy's a fucking scumbag in my book, man. And I don't really talk bad about people, man. But to sit here, dude, and make up a tale about witnessing a child get raped, to play on, and you know what, dude? That's deliberate and calculated, because you know who that appeals to.
Well, I was about to say earlier that we had to consider the fact that he made this announcement when he was on was it a podcast with Andrew Tate?
And then also, I don't know where he announced that, but the fact that it was like, in like a boxing match also makes it suspect.
During the fight hyping period.
100, man, but to use a story like that tugs on the emotions of people, because there's people out there, man, and this is what I mean by scumbag, man, who are probably fans of his, who had their children abducted and killed and abused. You get where I'm coming from? So then just to kind of like use that as an emotional weapon to kind of like to garner sympathy from folks, to kind of fuel momentum for your fight, is kind of scumbaggy shit, right?
Yeah, and basically what happened was, after he got busted for PEDs, he claimed that the elite set him up somehow. I'm not sure what he means by that, whether they stuck a needle in his arm or what.
Dan, you've been in this game for a long time, right?
Yes, too long.
Did he reveal anything new that'll make us go, damn, Ryan solved it all? Or did he tell us shit we already knew?
I would say he told us stuff we already knew. And I mean, for me, I kind of had my trepidations because I saw that name Andrew Tate kind of floating around there. And I'm not saying that I don't believe like Andrew Tate. I just feel like Andrew Tate is a porn producer who may or may not be guilty of the things people accuse of him. He does seem like he's a good fighter, but that's besides the fact. But I do feel like he uses a lot of this Matrix talk, and he didn't invent any of it either. I mean, you know where he's getting it from. He's getting it from the truth community.
Yeah, they co-opted it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm just trying to tell you, have some fucking common sense, man. Ryan's not that important, man, to where the leader's going to hunt him down. It's millions of people saying the same thing, man, and the elite's not blacklisting them, putting them on watch lists, stopping them to get on airplanes. There's a lot of influencers that got just as many followers as Ryan got, saying the same shit, and the elite is not doing anything to undermine him, because it doesn't matter. They're that fucking powerful, man. Especially from some motherfucker who didn't reveal anybody's fucking names. He just talked about a fucking boys club that's been the whispers of speculations for fucking years.
Yeah, and he said it took place in Bohemian Grove. Like, why? If he would have said it happened in some basement in New York or something like that, I'd be more likely to believe him.
Yeah. You know, it's just all these little buzzwords, right? That people are just going to kind of latch on. But if you think the elite gives a fuck about Ryan Garcia, you know how big the fucking world is? 196,940,000 square miles. Billions, if not trillions, of fucking people in other life teaming this motherfucker. And they gonna care about a little YouTube boxer who got knocked the fuck out by Devontae Davis and ego was so fucking fragile that he couldn't take the loss like a man, so he starts juicing and shit, hiding behind Christianity, you know, and faking to be some warrior against some fucking pedophile cabal or some shit like that, man. I can't stand that little punk motherfucker, man. It's wrong.
Yeah, I personally, I'm angry about it because I feel like I worked very hard to try to expose some of this stuff and put it out there, and to have this guy using the things that we talk about on here to advertise himself and hype a fight. And let's face facts, like, you know, I love MMA and boxing and stuff like that. I don't follow it like I used to, but to me, and this is part of the reason why I kind of got away from that stuff, even though I still love it. You know, as you guys know, I've done a little bit of training myself and stuff like that. I got a lot of injuries, so I can't really do it anymore. But just the whole thing about like overcoming another person and overpowering them, it's not that important in the grand scheme of things. It's not going to make any difference in the world if you're like the best fighter and you're making millions and stuff like that. It's just like kind of a selfish thing when you really think about it. And, you know, I kind of respect the art form. Boxing is a sweet science and I absolutely love it. But some of these people that are just really into fight sports, they can be such assholes online.
It's celebrities in general, man. Like, and this is a form of narcissism. I talked about this before. Like, for some reason, they think having money gives them a license to speak on every and any fucking topic, even though they're underqualified as fuck. The same is true with this Charles White fucking bastard, dude. Like the motherfucker gets on there, talks bad about black people and black men. Come to find out, black men are the best fathers and everything, dude. Didn't even know what the fuck he was talking about. You know, they come here, dude, and they just co-opt our language for publicity, you know, to be seen, to get more followers and get more money, and they don't give a fuck who they hurt, man. Like you said before, man, this is some serious shit. Like, it's real children being harmed. And when they do shit like this, dude, and they trivialize it, you know, and they turn it into a caricature for their own personal gain, man, they're doing a lot of fucking harm, dude, and it's not cool. It's really not cool.
Yeah, basically what's happening, and this could be said of a lot of other things that we see coming out on social media, but when you put stuff out there and it turns out to not be true, it makes the whole thing seem fake. That's how they got us with the Pizzagate thing. Oh, I'm thinking if I should even talk about this, but remember Comet Pizza and that wacko guy like came in there with a gun and saying all this bullshit.
He hurt critiquing it, YouTube. Fair use. We're critiquing it. Go, Daniel. I just want to put that out.
Exactly. This is all alleged. We are just critiquing it. It's all fair use. And basically, this is a tactic they use all the time. Like I was on Jin's show and I was talking about how they do this with mermaids. And I mean, it's going to get into a little bit of crazy talk as some might perceive it. But a lot of times people are walking along a beach and they find a body of a dead mermaid, which is really just an aquatic sort of simian species. Their skulls almost look kind of like ape-like and they have webbed fingers and stuff like that. They're not beautiful like Ariel from The Little Mermaid, the Disney movie, but they do exist. They are out there. They do have a civilization. But when people find them on the beach, immediately what you'll see is the cabal, whoever's behind this stuff, they will come out with a fake dead mermaid story to make the whole thing look ridiculous.
Exactly.
They've been doing this for years.
That's how disinformation works. Like, people think they think like it's not just about destroying somebody's argument. It's also about casting doubt. Like, just throwing information out there. You know, like Method Man did with Kanye one day as an example. You know, he gives an example. You know, I can say that he's doing so-and-so to somebody in the bathroom. Even though it's not true, people go and repeat it. You know, that's just what people do, man. You know what I mean? Like, once you put that shit out there and you have a powerful platform or what have you and shit like that, man, and you know, you really don't know this subject and you're not really involved and you're just parroting with people saying shit, man, you could inadvertently cause more harm than good.
Absolutely. Gio, any thoughts on the subject?
Oh, hey guys, sorry, I was off reading something. Yeah, I would say that these celebrities are narcissistic, crazy people that have platforms of very high influence, and they're manipulating a good chunk of the population to indulge in the same, essentially, through their own behaviors and glorification thereof.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's just an ego. It's just an ego fest. That's what I'm saying, man. You got to think about it, man. You have to be like a very sorry individual with a lot of low self-esteem, because that's what narcissism is, right? It's this fake or false self-esteem, right? It's like this unreal image of who and what you are, or an unrealistic.
That's a really good way of putting it, actually. That's making that's striking a chord with me, the way you just put that.
Yeah, so basically, like, so then for you to just come around, dude, and think it's okay, you know what I mean? To you, something is horrible, something is shocking to the senses, something is impactful and visceral, right? As saying you were forced to witness the rape of a child for like retweets and for people to buy your tickets, man. That's some sick psychotic shit.
That's the truly wicked that Christ will eventually liquefy. I have no doubt.
It's just like it's just like an asshole. You know what I mean? Like meeting a woman, talking to her, getting her attached to him and shit like that, and then he lies and says he has cancer so he can sleep with her.
Another good example was that video of that guy who lit himself on fire the other day, mentally ill and possessed by something more than likely. But aside from that, there's just this lady that sits down and starts videotaping the whole thing instead of going over to help. And that reminds me of Kitty, whatever her name was, and the old saying that the only way for evil to prevail is for good men to sit by and do nothing.
I think that's a very strong statement. I do feel like males in general have been mentally castrated in some ways. We're like the dog that used to lift its leg to take a piss. Now it's all beaten up and afraid, and it just kind of sits down like a girl dog and pees out.
Yeah, we live in a culture that's based on comfort and acquiring things to keep us from having to ever actually have to deal with any hardships.
Yeah. You know, I was watching these YouTube videos of this guy that spent a lot of time in prison. And I probably said this on this platform before, but there's one thing that he says I really agree with. It's not like soft things and when you get all these amenities that makes you strong. It's when they take stuff away. It's when they take away your bed and force you to sleep on the floor, or they stick you in a jail cell, they stick you in a prison.
That's exactly like Christ said, like, blessed are the homeless, because they're able to deal with all of what may eventually come for those who don't and don't have how to deal with it. And it could happen like in an instant.
Well, it's more of like a realistic grounding in what it means to like live life, because you can't take those things with you.
Right.
You know,
no, my mother asked me what I could, for advice at one point, and I told her, get rid of all the crap that you saved up over the years and let go of it. And she did, and she just thanked me thereafter. It was like one of the best things she ever did.
But like, to finish my point, like in Babylon, right? Like the name for money is the same word for feces.
Yeah, that's the one world religion we were warned about, essentially. Economy, greed, mammon.
It's like you can't eat it, right? You can't eat gold. Nope. You know what I mean? It's one of the it's just like, you can't eat money paper. You know what I mean? But we just allow it to drive us crazy.
It's good to start a fire with, maybe.
It's girls, you know what I mean, or guys, you know what I mean, will engage in the most perverse sexual practices, dude. I think Lamar puts it back, a dollar might make your lane switch. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, like whatever's going on in our minds, dude, like we have truly sold our soul to these.
Think about that phrase right there in terms of money. Sold your soul.
Or we're just participating in like.
And you're right. You can also sacrifice your sexuality as well. That's one of the main sacrifices that people make nowadays. They sacrifice their sexuality and they become like into bestiality or into furries or. They fall in love.
The more they get into fetishes, the more they become desensitized, and over time, it's like this Tool song, "Stinkfist." You keep needing more and more to get a sense of gratification. And next thing you know, you're doing this outlandish, satanic, crazy stuff that it's the only thing you can feel anything from when you go that route.
That's you know what that's called? It's called the law of diminishing utility. Like the first piece of pieces It's great
Yep.
as fuck. Maybe the second piece is good too. Get to 5 and 6 and you sick of that shit. You know
Chasing
what
the
I mean?
Dragon.
Yeah, if you can have sex on command, dude, with any woman you want at any time, over time, dude, it loses utility. That shit
Yep.
gets old, boring, and numb, dude.
That's one of the reasons people cheat.
Yeah, you start looking for more ways to get excited and shit like that, dude.
Next thing you know, you're looking at like
Yeah,
kiddie porn and stuff like that because you can't get anything more taboo.
excess, man.
Right on. All right, guys. Appreciate that. I am going to bring up another topic. Boy, there is a lot to get into. There was actually I feel like I should bring this up just because, but there was a second Boeing whistleblower, and I got this on my phone. Sorry about that. It's easier when it's on the computer screen. But there was actually a second Boeing whistleblower. This is from the MSN.com. So, second Boeing whistleblower dies suddenly after claiming safety flaws ignored. A whistleblower who accused Boeing of ignoring safety flaws in the 737 MAX airplanes has died. Oh, it's one of those things where you have to download their app or sign up or something to read it. Screw that. I get the idea. So, Boeing. I brought this up when we were talking about the first whistleblower that was murdered because he was speaking about things that not only could make the company Boeing seem very unsafe, but also which would hurt their financial outcomes drastically. So, we also talked about how the Boeing logo is another Saturn or it's another eye, which you see in a lot of these big, massive international corporations or corporations that deal in international business. But the fact that it happened once, okay, this is obvious. Super rich people with their hands in the pot, people who may have even been tied to government. They paid somebody, they did something, they arranged things to snuff this guy out because he had smoking gun information that could cause a major shift in their income, basically. And now it happened again. It's undeniable about that. It's undeniable at this point. And it's not just Boeing. Remember years ago when people associated with the World Bank kept getting thrown out of windows? Yeah, that's not a coincidence. Or more recently, a lot of these celebrities that are working on documentaries about child trafficking and stuff like that, not only did they die or were they killed, but in a way they were made examples upon. They want this stuff to circulate in the news because that's how these people operate. Anybody here watch the show Mr. Robot? I love that show. It had a very conspiratorial truth underlying theme to it. And this organization on the show was called White Rose. And it was basically what we would nowadays call the Illuminati. Like, they would scare the shit out of people, kill their families, threaten their families. They would do the most brutal things to gain control. Like in the Roman Empire, the only way they were able to beat Hannibal is they used what were called squad tactics, which basically meant if one person in your squad did or said anything wrong, or they committed treason, or they committed what's it called when people run away on the battlefield, when they acted like cowards and ran away, if they would desert, they would murder the whole entire squad. This is what evil people in power do. They use their power and they use fear to intimidate people into doing what they want. AWOL, that's another one. Thank you, Raven, in the chat. But that's what they're doing, and that's what they've been doing to us for a long time. People that are in the know, whether you're in the know or not, if somebody you are close to dies because they were involved in this or that, that's going to immediately make you think, oh shit, I better not talk about this or that, right? Deserter. Chad Warren says deserter. It's in the old days, I think the Germans and the Prussians before them would do this. If you deserted, they would shoot you in the back. As soon as you started acting like a coward and running away, they'd shoot you in the back. Same thing. They're making an example out of you. Charles Manson in his famous prison cell interviews or prison interviews that like he did with Geraldo, he was talking about that's why they use corporal punishment on children. It's not to teach them anything. Beating them is just going to make them worse. It's to control all the children around that can see and observe what's happening. They think, oh, holy shit, I don't want that to happen to me. That is another form of evil, in my opinion, using fear and physical violence to intimidate people for control, and therefore you have to live under fear. And I think that's where we're headed with a lot of this stuff, including the legislation that we talked about earlier. But I don't want to go on a long monologue here. Let's see what Clint thinks about all this.
Oh yeah, it's all it's like communist mafia tactics. You know, it's like the airplane companies are owned by the government in secret, and that they're, you know, because it's like we have to have a special thing on our license to even fucking travel by train or plane. And the Supreme Court already ruled that we have the right to travel freely and unencumbered. And so that's how you know we're not in a free country, because they've, you know, technically we could sue the airplane corporation for deprivation of rights, the deprivation of right to travel, because they're saying you need to have this special thing on your license, and you know, this whole scheme that they got going on. And then they don't want anybody to realize that their non-capitalist, quote unquote, fake corporation of the Boeing and all these other airplane, you know, airports and stuff, all these airplane companies and shit, they're all, you know, they're basically the government. And the government, when somebody says GI, government issue, or like military grade, everybody thinks it's some kind of high grade thing, but it's minimum requirements, you know. And that that's why we got these old ass planes that are, you know, if we had capitalism, there wouldn't be all these shitty ass old planes with, you know, antique microphone technology for the, you know, the pilot to tell the passengers like, blah 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 blah. You know, you've seen the memes and the videos where people make the joke where they put the microphone in their mouth, like, and fucking when the pilot announces the thing, you know, and like all the memes and clips of them using duct tape on the planes. You know, this is communism. This is communism, is when the government controls the companies. The companies are all producing garbage products because none of the people have any incentive to actually make a good product. And fucking, you know, this is the toxic culture of
people disappearing in the night.
Well, it's vampire. It's like government vampirism. You know, it's the communists are vampires. They go to any country that isn't socialist. They vampire them to death with communism, pitting the poor against the rich, and then they the whole time they're controlling all the corporations, and then the whole time they're screaming, "Oh my God, capitalism is so evil! Look at how bad these things are that we control." You know. It's like they're sitting there, you know, saying that, you know, I believe that Tesla is not a private corporation. I believe that GM and Ford and all these places are not. They're government sanctioned. Amazon, they're getting huge fucking grants and all this shit. Fucking, you know, bailouts.
Yeah, that's a good point, because for a long time, I don't know if it's still this way. I'm pretty sure it is. You could buy stuff from a store in Seattle and they charge you 10% tax. But if you buy the exact same thing on Amazon, it'll arrive in just 2 days and you pay no tax on it.
Yeah, they that whole Amazon scheme, I think the Amazon is literally the government, and that Jeff Bezos admits on camera that they've never turned a profit and they always lose profit every year. You know, and they're getting financed by the government with these grants. And fucking,
it's got to be part of the thing about the Great Reset and turning everything to technology. The idea that we're buying everything from Amazon nowadays. I mean, I don't know about your area, Clint, but at least here in the Seattle area, everybody now gets everything on Amazon. I have seen so many businesses go out of business because of this. And it is crazy to me because you're supposed to be coming up with legislation to protect the little guys, the small mom and pop companies, so the big ones don't form fucking monopolies. And the way that we are handling, like Amazon, like you just said, we're doing the exact opposite of that. That's what Klaus and the Great Reset people want.
Yeah, the Great Reset is perestroika, the communists take over the world and the restructuring of government into socialism / communism, and that all this, it's like they're taking away the American dream to own your own small business and to not work for anyone but yourself. And that, you know, we don't need unions if we're working for ourselves. And we don't, and all this whole rhetoric of the small worker versus the large corporation, you know, it's a closed-minded system to keep the initiate of the fucking communist religion into believing that they know the answer for the cycle of capitalism when there's not even capitalism happening. It's like we're in a communist world government and all the people are running around going, oh, the sky is falling, we need more communism, we need more socialism, and fucking the whole time we're already in it, and they're demanding for more and more, and they're pro more encroachment of constitutional rights, pro more government control, pro new world order, and they all think they're the cutting edge cool, you know, all these fucking people protesting at schools and shit, not understanding that fucking what they're doing is, you know, all this stuff, you know, it's not about what they're doing and what it's about, but it's the it's really hard to explain, but like the communist initiate, my microphone tipped down. The communist initiate, it is a religion, and that they don't have a god in the religion per se, but the initiate of the communist thing is they believe in what they're doing. They believe that everything must be revolutionized, and they believe that capitalism, they believe this whole dualistic capitalism versus the poor person. And it's like they don't understand that the communist leaders have made it so there's no middle class, and that, you know, the goal of the making all these big corporations to get their products made in China, who's communist, and, you know, all these other countries, to get this 10 cents per hour cheap labor from the Chinese government, and fucking it's like,
yeah, like why don't we do everything that we can to give all this money and all this work to the country that like we're immediately competing against? That never made any sense. If we were really interested in staying a superpower, we wouldn't have our small plastic junk made in China. We'd keep all that shit within our own country, or at least have it made in Mexico.
Well, the biggest fact that China Uncensored on YouTube has brought to the table is that this is fact, is that if China quit sending America medicine, every hospital in America would shut down in 3 days. And that is extremely dangerous. That is extremely dangerous. They have the power of production over our medicine, and that they could shut down trade and wipe out half of America with the medical with the communist medical fucking dictatorship. And fucking we all seen during the pandemic all the fucking medical dictatorship bullshit that fucking got strung about, all for the means of the fucking fruition of the fucking communist manifesto and doctrine. And that you know, they're sitting there orchestrating all this shit, and they're working more and more towards disarming us and getting us complacent to the PC bullshit. And fucking I mean, we're sitting here on the cutting edge of tipping towards either freedom or total fucking control by the communist world government. And
I absolutely agree, Clint. Very well said. Sorry to pull you off like that out of nowhere. I just wanted to get over to Al. He doesn't come on very much, and he's kind of fading in and out here. Al, you there?
Yes, I am. What's going on?
What's going on? Sounds like you got some stuff to say tonight.
Well, I just want to talk. No, I was messing with my camera and it kicked me off, and that's why I came back on.
Oh, gotcha. I
When
thought
I was
you
back
were
up.
protesting.
But I wanted to talk to you about meat. But first, I want to tell you about. There's a guy who threw a boomerang up in the air and came back and hit him in the head. He freaking sued himself and won $300,000 in court.
From himself?
Yeah, he threw it up. He threw it up in the air and it came back and hit him in the head and whatever. And so he sued himself, and his homeowner's insurance is paying him $300,000 for it.
Well, that's genius. I have to applaud. I would love to find some kind of hustle like that.
Yeah, but that's dishonest, man.
It is dishonest, but don't we live in a dishonest world?
Pretty much. Another one I heard today. Dude got saved by an EMT, was almost dead, and or actually was dead. And the EMT saved him, and he sued the EMT for saving his life. He sued the EMT in civil court for saving his life.
Huh. That's rather stupid.
I guess he had a DNR tattoo on his. Well, he had a $40,000 hospital bill from it all, and so he was all mad that he's still alive and had to deal with that. So he sued the EMT for saving him.
There's a long history of frivolous lawsuits in this country. I think it all started with the lady that sued McDonald's because they made her coffee too hot and she got millions of dollars, and from there you start seeing them left and right.
Yeah, there was a couple before that, but that's the one that started. That was the big one that was in the news. Yeah. But the reason I called is I want to talk to you about meat.
All right, that sounds interesting.
Have you noticed the flavor of meat changing?
We were kind of talking about that earlier, how the chicken seems to have, the flavor seems to have changed a little. I noticed the price shooting up on it. That's for sure. I do eat a lot of meat. I'm a meatitarian. But
here's a good one for you. Those impossible chicken nuggets?
Yeah, those aren't real meat, right?
It turns out they're made out of wood, dude.
Ugh.
How's that for kicking the nuts to all the vegans?
Yeah. I think that this is all artificial. We heard about the fires on the chicken farms. Excuse me.
Yeah, they just had a fire here in one of our big major egg producers here in northern Utah this week.
Say that again. What happened?
One of our major egg producers here in northern Utah, burned down this week.
Oh, is that another example of the same thing happening?
Pretty much. There was a customer I had up in Idaho that did potatoes, and I wasn't there that day, but I was in the area when an airplane flew into the building.
Oh, shit.
One of our other drivers was there that day. You got to see the whole thing.
Well, it's been coming down the, I don't know what you would call it, the truther pipelines for a while now, but since 2020, I've been aware of the fact that we are having food shortages, and they're going to get much, much worse, and they're going to get much worse than what we're experiencing right now. Yeah,
that's what they're doing. They're trying to get rid of all our food supply so they can starve us out, and only have them for our food supply.
Then they can feed us bugs.
But where I'm going with this is, you know why we humanely kill our meat animals?
Why do we humanely kill them? So that they can't call PETA?
No, the reason we do that is because when you eat the meat, spiritually, you absorb the trauma from the animal when it died.
Interesting.
So they humanely kill it so that we're not getting all that trauma from the animal as it's being killed.
Al, you know what I heard about eating meat? That eating meat is one of the things that ties you to this plane because it's bad karma. So you eat an animal and you have taken that animal's life, or at least contributed to it losing its life. So you are being more materialistic in a sense. And by doing this, by making this decision, it helps tie you to the third dimension, the material, the world itself, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, except for those food animals came here to be food animals. That's their purpose. That's why they came here. That's why that's their only existence here. Their only purpose for being here is to give us sustenance.
Giorgio says the hunters used to say, "You don't spook the game, or it taints the meat."
Right. That's adrenalized meat. That just makes the meat all taste nasty and shit like that when when you scare it, and then the adrenaline starts pumping through the blood, and that makes the meat taste nasty. I'm talking about in the spiritual realm.
Yeah.
Now, on that note, the children and the humans that the reptilians are eating, they're only interested in the guts and the blood. They don't want the meat, and they're putting the meat in our fast food supply like McDonald's and In-N-Out Burger. And they're forcing us to eat the traumatized meat that they're creating by just the trauma. You know, it's not full of adrenaline because they kill them rather quickly, but they're just shocking them right away, and their traumatic death is absorbed through the meat.
So that, well, it would have to be traumatic to them. I mean, on some level, the cows have to know what's going on, and when they're being herded into a little area and they hear their
they might be nervous. They might be nervous. Yeah, they might be nervous, but they're not traumatized. I'm talking about like when they kill humans. They do it so quick that they don't have time to release the adrenaline into the meat, so it tastes nasty. But then the meat that the sacrifices that they use for the celebrity meetings and elite dinners and shit like that, where they're actually eating people, those people they kill humanely so that they're not absorbing the trauma from the meat when they're eating it.
Gio, you wanted to add to this discussion? Gio, George.
Oh, sorry, I had you on mute on my microphone. All right, I'm not going to say that you're wrong in any of this, Al. I'm going to say that there is also a biological component because the spiritual and the physical are inseparable. Something to consider here is all of these chickens kept in small, close quarters throughout their entire lives, completely abused and traumatized, constantly releasing stress hormones so that we consume their flesh. Not only were we consuming their traumas energetically, but also the physical precursors for stress hormones within their actual flesh, causing massive amounts of anxiety within our population today.
I'll agree with that.
There are a lot of people with mental illness, and anxiety seems to be one of the main ones.
This is why I specifically do my best to eat halal food or fish that I catch on my own, preferably, or at least wild caught.
Are Hebrew national hot dogs a form of halal food?
No, quite the opposite. I would imagine Hebrew's kosher. Halal is more of a Muslim thing. I'm not Muslim, but the Muslims do treat their animals extremely well. And when they dispatch them, they do it in such a way that I don't know if you've ever seen a chicken that if you draw a line in the sand in front of it, it will actually hypnotize it and put it into a catatonic state so you can cut its head off without any trauma. They do stuff like that.
Oh, dang. Who's got a chicken? I want to try that.
There's videos of it on YouTube. It's pretty cool.
There's a place here in town called Curry in a Hurry. They do the halal style coconut curry. That's my favorite kind.
Oh,
yeah, and I will say I have noticed directly an energetic difference between the eggs I get from industrialized chickens and eggs I've had from people that I knew that raised the chickens personally and raised them well. There is definitely a massive difference. I'm sensitive enough to eat industrial eggs. I will experience anxiety and depression.
We had chickens until they got sick last year, and the eggs were like way fluffier than store-bought eggs.
Oh God, yeah. Not just that, but just the energy they give off too. Like I eat industrialized chicken eggs and whatnot, and I mean I can't do it anymore just because it gives me the shakes. I eat chicken eggs that come from somebody who's raised them, humanely and well within their own yard and whatnot locally, and it's a completely different story. It's like antidepressants.
Yeah, the only problem we had with the chickens was that their feet attracted the rats.
Send me some of those good Send me some of that good chicken meat in the mail.
Well, find a Kennedy Fried Halal chicken place, and you should be okay.
And yes, rats are always an issue. I lived in Rat City for a while. People from Seattle will know what I'm talking about. We had rats in our walls the size of little Dachshunds.
Yeah,
that's what Maine Coons are
for. Restaurants around you. Shouldn't have any trouble finding a halal restaurant or market near you with the population in your area.
Yeah, I mean, I got one about a mile away on foot, and I go there fairly often, and they're really good people there.
We're starting to get shawarma restaurants here, but that shit's way too expensive for my budget.
Yeah, everything's getting too expensive. I just saw a 16-ounce log of fresh mozzarella that cost the same as a 32-ounce log about 2 or 3, maybe 4 months ago.
I remember you could, if you were eating like vegetables and meat, it was dirt cheap. Like you would get everything for $1. You could have a whole big shopping cart full of vegetables, tons of meats. It was buying the junk food that used to be real expensive, but now they're both expensive.
Daniel, I got one more thing I want to add to what Al was saying. This goes back to the book of Daniel in the Old Testament. There was a point where Daniel and his compadres were fed the food of Babylon, which had all that bad energy Al's talking about, and he lost his powers to interpret dreams, prophesy, and everything. And he told the king of Babylon, let us eat our clean Hebrew lentils and beans and stuff like that for 2 weeks and see what happens. And after they did that for 2 weeks, they looked healthier than anybody in the country, and all of their powers of prophecy and interpretation came back to them.
Huh.
I've kind of lived by that for quite some time, and I can definitely vouch for its authenticity.
Awesome.
You know, all those Jews in Israel right now are they're not real Jews, right? They're Khazarians.
Well, I did touch on this earlier, and I would say that is true, but not entirely true, because there are Sephardic Jews and the other type of Jews I can't think of at the moment that are legitimately.
I'm just talking about the white Khazarians that are claiming that frickin' Christianity is a bunch of bullshit and they want to murder us in their streets if we're out there preaching the Jesus thing. The Ashkenazis.
Yeah, that's not
Nazis. You've heard of the Ashkenazis, right?
Yes, the Ashkenazis were like a semi-nomadic race that was eventually forced. No, I mean, hold on. I'm thinking of the Khazarians. They were forced to become Jewish, right?
They were. None of them were forced. They picked it up as a way to hide from their enemies. Just like the Rothschilds. That's just an umbrella name covering a whole bunch of families. Like the Orsini, the Colonnas, the Merovingians, there's a whole bunch of them. And they're all descended. Have you noticed that Iran is the only country we haven't fucked with yet, for real?
We treat Iran almost on the same level as Israel for some reason. Like, they seem to be kind of an ally of ours. Do I have that wrong?
How about this? That's where Babylon was, is in Iran, and there's those Babylonian families are still here running the world. They just changed their name to reflect their Italian infiltration.
Well, I'm kind of a different belief system. Like, I actually believe that Babylon and Egypt were good.
All right, here's the deal. You got Adam and Eve, all right? Let's just skip forward from Genesis a little bit. We got Adam and Eve, and then they had their kids, and then they got kicked out of the garden and had some kids, and then fucking Cain killed Abel, and they got banished and all that shit. But because they were perfect, they could interbreed with each other, brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? Because they were perfect. They didn't create abominations like we do now, 6,000 years later, full of sin. And then the fallen angels showed up and gave them technology, and because they were perfect, they picked up on shit real quick, and they were able to advance themselves to a super civilization like we think we want to be, right? Like Star Trek and all that shit, travel the stars and all that crap. And then they were doing all kinds of abominations, creating their own shit, half human, half horse, half human, half bull, all this other shit. I think that pissed God off, and then they had the flood, and Noah came along. We did the flood thing, and then after that, a bunch of more fallen angels showed up, or fallen aliens. Been kind of controlling us ever since. That's some Babylonian families.
Well, I see things a little bit differently. I'll kind of tell you what I believe really quick. And if you don't agree, that's totally fine. It's just my opinion, my belief. But basically what happened was the Babylonians were good, and they were a major civilization. And because Babylon and the kings were from the bloodline of Enki, they were enemies of the other major force at the time, which were the bloodlines of his brother Enlil. And because Babylon, like I said, was Enki's bloodline, after it was defeated in the future, or after it fell, it was kind of slandered. And all these religions that we have nowadays, they have a way of making Babylon look bad, but in reality, it was just because the people that we would say lived back then and lived in Babylon and Egypt were basically black people, and the white supremacists, they covered up history and they whitewashed it, and they made Babylon look like it was this evil nation. And that's what I've come to believe from my research. What do you think of that?
Well, how about Enki and Enlil were just fallen angels or fallen aliens? Things were good for a while until mankind started getting all freaking full of himself and anything goes, kind of like today.
Well, in the Bible, it says that there were many gods. And
Yeah,
it
what I'm
doesn't
saying
just say that there was
in
one
the
God.
but in the Bible, God's biggest butthurt is about sexual immorality.
But my point is that Enki and Lil were high up on the food chain. They were just secondary to Anu, who was at the time like the highest god. So there's no way that they were like lower level angels or they were fallen angels. They were too up there in the food chain.
Yeah, it would just look like if you landed on a freaking desert island somewhere with like Indonesia or somewhere, where they still got headhunters and shit like that. Let's just say you had a flying saucer and you just fell in a fancy spacesuit and laser gun shit like that, and you landed in their shit and they tried to get you. They think you were a god too.
Yeah, I am open to it. I'm open to maybe there was some evil going on in Babylon. I'm totally open to it. But one thing that makes me think that we have it wrong is they did have a strong like demonology or knowledge of demons in Babylon, and they weren't looked upon fondly. They were looked upon as nuisances. Sorry, they were looked upon as mischievous nuisances that brought us sickness. And they were at the time always having to use the names of the gods to banish these demons away. So it kind of goes back to what Jesus was saying: a house divided against itself can't stand. If they were banishing demons, how could they be demons? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, the book of Enoch says that demons are just what do they call them?
Fallen watchers. Giants. But Al, this is the problem with that. The book of Enoch is not considered biblically canonical. It's considered to be like an extra biblical fiction that was written like 1,000 years after the Bible was actually written. It's considered to be not part of the Bible.
But how about the demon, or how about the devils, the reptilian scumbags, I call them? Just put that out there to make you think that wasn't real.
That's a possibility. Definitely. I've entertained such possibilities. It does say in the Bible that in the last days there would be doctrines of demons, and what I believe could be a doctrine of demons. But what you believe could be a doctrine of demons as well. You have to be open to that to a certain degree.
That's fair.
Okay. Well, thank you, Al. At least we things on an agreement. I think that was a great appearance by Al. Thank you very much. Somebody, after he was on last time, they're saying, "Oh man, still good to hear from Al again." Like they're feeding for some Al. I think he has more fans out there than he himself realizes. We are kind of winding down here. I guess I'm going to just skip to these topics that I feel are probably the best ones because we don't have forever here. Let's see. I did want to talk about this Satanist guy. I got two satanic stories. Which one do I go with? Maybe both of them. Let's start with this one. So the Satanic Temple, which is not the Church of Satan, wants to send ministers into public schools in Oklahoma. They want to send ministers into public schools to spread Satanism or satanic beliefs. That's really disturbing. I mean, I know these people are kind of, here it is. I found it. I'm trying to do two things at once. From KFOR.com. And I quote, "We will put Satanists in the schools. The Satanic Temple to send ministers to Oklahoma if bill allowing school chaplains is signed into law. An Oklahoma Senate bill could allow chaplains in public schools, which would include ministers with the Satanic Temple assigned into law. Representative Kevin West is the co-author of Senate Bill 36, along with Senator Nathan Dahm and Representative Randy Randleman. The proposal would allow public schools in the state to hire religious chaplains to counsel and work with their students. The chaplain can be hired or volunteer and won't be required to be Oklahoma State Department of Education certified." Basically, it sounds like they're trying to put God back in the schools, and the Satanic Temple is probably wanting to be a hero to the ever increasingly atheistic, unwashed masses, and is twofold getting themselves over with said unwashed masses, and at the same time trolling Christianity with this desire to also put satanic ministers in the schools. But my point of contention would be they are already teaching Satanism in the schools, because at least LaVey Satanism is atheism, and that is what they teach in the school. That's what they have been, because they're teaching Copernican science, they're teaching evolution, they're teaching about fake space. And I know not everybody agrees with me that space is fake, and that's okay. We can at least agree that they want to make children into these little satanic bastards. Todd, any thoughts? Any thoughts?
Oh, definitely thoughts. Definitely thoughts. Have you listened to the higher side chats, like the last 3 shows, higher side chats?
No,
Greg Carlwood?
the thing is, Todd, we have so many people coming on here
Yeah, I
that
know.
I feel like I should listen to their shows. Like I should
I'm
listen
monitoring.
to.
I'm monitoring all the mainstream big conspiracy shows for you, Daniel.
Gotcha. But right now,
If at any time you want to know what
tell
they're
you.
saying through
Sure,
their
I tell
interviewing.
you. I listen to Subconscious Realms with General Lee. I listen to
Oh, yeah.
Illuminati News with Clint Eastwood. I listen
You're keeping
to
up, yeah.
the Threshold Saints with Jin. I
Oh,
listen
yeah.
to the Occult Rejects with
Wow.
the Occult Research
Powerful
Institute people on
stuff.
there.
Powerful
Absolutely.
stuff.
The thing is, Greg doesn't come on here anymore. I've invited him. He doesn't come on the show. So I'm not going to listen to his show other than maybe once in a while. I'm going to
It's
focus
okay.
on
I'll monitor it for you because I'm a geek.
Okay, Todd. I just wanted to rant a little bit about that, but go ahead.
Just
What
listen.
have you been hearing on the higher side chats?
Well, I was just saying, the higher side chats, he had that one wacky guy come on. Greg monitors like how many people are listening to his show now. Does a rating system at the end of his show. That's how powerful his show is. Or,
Powerful.
Powerful. Higher side chats is pretty powerful in that conspiracy, paranormal shape itself. Look at your show. Look how beautiful your show is. Look at these graphics. Real people, on camera.
I
Jesus
don't
Christ,
charge.
we're all gonna die.
I don't
We're all
charge.
gonna die.
I don't charge.
We're all gonna be die for being on Daniel's show because it's the end of the world, which is why we're all here. Did you see that story I sent you earlier, Daniel, about how the most popular thing now is people to sit around and talk about the end of days and drink some liqueurs or whatever?
Yeah, drink some.
It's really cool now to sit around
what are
and
those
talk about
things
the end
called?
of days.
Those
The world's going to come to an end.
Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Have some Mike's Hard Lemonade. We'll have some spritzers.
Exactly.
Get the fuck out of here. We've been talking about the end of the world for years and years now. Yes, it's coming. Daniel is far ahead of his time. Here it comes. Apocalypse. I wrote something down about the apocalypse, Daniel. Apocalypse means the revelation of God for his plans. That's what that means in Greek. And they spelled apocalypse with a K, not a C. Slightly different than we do now in Greek, the original translation.
That's what Crowley
So
did.
it's like they're revealing, and Crowley distinguished his magic system with a K instead of ending with the C. So you distinguish it from stage magic. That's what Crowley said. Exactly. Stage magic being sleight of hand tricks.
I think
rabbit
stage
from
magic and magic are the same thing. I think stage magic is magic.
Stage magic has its place because that's what's occurring on a regular basis all day long here. But magic with the K.
I think a lot of stage magicians use real magic too.
Oh yeah, magic with the K has infiltrated everything. Probably literally. Look at Clint Eastwood spelling his name with the A-E. Aestwood, not Eastwood. That's kind of the Aeon. Crowley talked about the new Aeon, and it was pronounced A-E-on.
Well, he was just following
Clint
suit.
spells his name A-E-Wood.
Well, I
Same
mean,
thing.
the ether is the sixth or the fifth element. The ether, air, wind, fire, earth, air, wind, fire, earth, water. Wait, air, earth,
Yeah.
water.
Yeah. Like that. Like that.
Fire, and then ether.
These guys that they was breaking down these texts, these old Necronomicons, they were into Greek and they could read different languages as they were breaking down these books. That's how they broke the books down.
I think there is an occult
And then
triune
established,
language.
like in the Golden Dawn, they established a reputation. They could read Greek and they could read all these different manuscripts.
People in such circles are not dummies, that's for sure. Whether good or bad.
They know different languages. They can read the languages.
Well, that's why I think that they create occult
On
names
Greg
that are-
Carlwood's show, he said that he had got the lowest rating on a guy that came on recently that was reading original Greek manuscripts about Jesus that pissed all of his listeners off. So he lost a lot of listeners because he was translating what was going on about Jesus.
Yeah, you got to know when to fight and when not to fight, man. I'm telling you.
Totally. Yeah.
Well, the Greek, it turns into a whole different story, and that's what I'm always talking about when people are bringing up the Bible on my podcast, where it's like, well, you got to read it in Greek and translate it to the Greek to know what the story actually says.
Yeah, you need a Greek English interlinear Bible for that.
Yeah, the Greek.
And
is
even
important.
if you translate it into Greek, our modern day society doesn't translate to, ancient society. I mean,
This brings up the book of Amos, chapter 8, where it says that man will search from one end of the earth to the other during the end of days, and the word of God will not be found. Why? Because it's become garbled through translation. And here we are.
I believe that the Christianity that the masses practice is another form of Satanism or paganism.
I believe that the state is controlling what people believe, and there's all these fractions that they make you think that you're believing something different, but they're whittling us all down into the same belief system eventually. Even if you think you're believing something different, we're all going down their black hole.
Well, aren't we
whoever these people are? Yeah.
healthier as a group, being that we all have our own individual beliefs? Doesn't that make us healthier? Well, how boring
They've been working on this bitch. We're sitting here talking peacefully amongst ourselves. They're using military tactics on us. We're sitting here talking peacefully amongst the five of us. They're at war with us.
Spiritual warfare is very real.
We don't even know how they're doing it, what they're doing to us. So
they've got everybody
we're in a
brainwashed,
dangerous
right?
position.
Everybody's brainwashed to be revolutionaries for the New World Order.
We're trying to get along, do something good for the world, but there's 5 super brains here. But can we affect any great change? Does it matter? Is that even what this show's about?
Think about this as well. The Catholic Church, well, the book of Revelation warns about the Antichrist and a one-world religion, and the Catholic Church, by definition, is a universal religion, a one-world religion, and they've been conquering and going out and attempting to make that true for the longest time.
Pedophiles in the church do. It's called hide in plain sight, just
Yep.
like the pedophiles in the church do. What better
Dr.
place?
Robert said, choose your battles. Dr. Robert said, choose your battles. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to know when to fight and when not to fight.
Yep.
You have
Absolutely.
to. You have to know when to speak and when not to speak.
Well, Christ said it's better to toss a millstone around your neck and throw you in the river than to corrupt little
The
ones.
Golden Dawn had a tradition of being silent and then speaking every 5 years on, 5 years off.
I shared that with Brian Garcia. Yeah, the stone around your neck. Hell yeah, man. False prophet.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah. Guys, I got something else I'm compelled to share here. I should say real quick. Muslims and Judaism both descend from Ishmael and Isaac. They are both from the house of Abraham, and a house divided cannot stand against itself.
What is the
interesting point?
Is there any the whole this whole thing? I think the houses those are reference to the 12 tribes, correct?
There's something I'd say. I'd say we got a big psyop being ran on us, and I'm not going to sit still for 1 minute and listen to any kind of psyop feed in.
What's on, boy's name? Steve from BG. Yeah, we're being trolled, man.
The whole thing's being trolled. So if you ain't on high alert right now and buying into anything, anybody going out here telling you to do something, I'd be suspect.
I'm on the highest spiritual guard I've ever been.
Sit down and relax. Sit down and relax and think about what you're hearing, and realize that. What's my thing I always told you? Hold on, Dr. Robert. What's the thing I've always told you, Daniel, about the news, how to view it? If it's in the news, it's because they want you to see it. Have I not said that, Daniel, for years and years?
You have indeed, Uncle Todd.
And the reason and then all you have to do is think, why do they want me to see this? And then you'll understand what they're trying to do. If you look back into
realize about that,
he's suspicious of everything.
Absolutely. And one thing that we all have to realize, and I think people on social media have been saying this a little bit lately, but even your local news in your town, trust that least of all, because they know
Mockingbird.
If they put stuff on the local news, you'll believe it much, much more.
Like they got actors coming out from Hollywood, B-rate actors going all across the United States, filling news stations with pretty faces.
Deception is everywhere. That's just like Todd said.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
War is deception. Deception is everywhere.
Comic books.
Man, you gotta be on your P's and Q's. I'm serious, man. It's like being born in a fucking Austin Powers movie or some shit, or a James Bond flick.
So welcome to your worst dream and nightmare.
Well, I mean, all those
horrible
news people are all CFR and Trilateral Commission. The directors or the presidents of the news corporations and stuff, they're all working towards the New World Order, and they're saying things that they're promoting any type of news that will help complete the Illuminati great work, which is a one world government, the destruction of all religions, destruction of the family, the destruction of private property. That's what they're working for. This is all that we're seeing.
I used to listen to years ago. Clint, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Years ago, there were people like back in the 90s, like Bill Cooper was coming out, and that was hardcore shit. He was telling you, oh my God, this thing's taking over in the 90s. And then there are all these softcore radio guys like Rush Limbaugh. Can you picture Rush Limbaugh? Rush Limbaugh is like your Sean Hannity right now. Establishment, right-wing fucking Republican, stupid talking heads that tell you what the news is, right?
They're all a bunch of pussies. All of them.
Yeah.
Bunch of pussies.
Back then you could see it. Rush Limbaugh. There he is. He's what the Republicans all go, yeah, he's a great man. He's sitting on the radio every day, fishing all these souls into the Republican right wing, going down that fucking conservative rat hole, which most people would love to live in a fucking nice society. Who doesn't want to live in a conservative society?
Well, it's like they've got everybody.
No, Todd is absolutely correct, man. They did like these studies, right? Because we're just using labels like liberal and conservative, right? But then when you ask the liberal,
TV and
you ask the liberal what they believe in, what they value, they sound like conservatives sometimes, man.
Oh yeah,
people really don't know what they believe.
That's where they want to live. Yeah, people don't know what the fuck they're even fighting for.
In my definition, liberalism can be completely different, dude. Completely different.
Telling you.
Yeah, and when you pass the label sometimes, you might fuck around and find out that you and I...
Dr. Robert, the whole country is split into individual mind control operations. The whole United States is split into left-right mind control operations. Every state is going through.
we just blindly respond to jargon like mindless automatons.
Well, it's like the word liberal and all these other words have been twisted in definition, and the founding fathers were liberal when they were like, fuck you, England, we're not paying your tax, we're not gonna buy your goods, we're gonna
That's a myth they sell us. Yeah.
Well, anybody in during the revolution, right before the revolution, anybody that was caught fucking buying a good that was, under the tax stamp, they were tarred and feathered. They were like, fuck you, you want to
But
support
Clint,
the
that was
crown?
when there were 13 colonies, and it's a much weirder period. I mean,
Well,
we're
we
talking
need
about
to-
the colonists.
Well, they were using the power of boycott, and that's what we need to do.
Colonists
to destroy the New World
colonists were from England. They came from England. Were English colonists.
Well, then.
All right, guys. I feel this conversation is headed in a really cool direction, and I hate to have to do this, especially when we're going strong and I see more and more people starting to watch live. We had a pretty good live audience tonight. Looks like we had 240 people watching live. Dang. Not bad. I feel like the longer we go, the more people start joining too. But alas, we got to make the show digestible for all audiences out there. Looks like Martian Medicine Man asks, is this live on Rumble? No, we're not live on Rumble, but after the show is finished airing, it uploads to Rumble. So we're on Rumble and it's on there right away, but it's not a live audience on Rumble. Hopefully that changes in the future. I would love to broadcast onto Rumble live and many other platforms as well. And I will always be looking into that and watching out for that. Let's go ahead and bring everybody on one more time to give their goodbyes. Geo, sir, do you have any last words?
I would say to everyone, just consider this: your environment and everything within it, including everyone within it and every contextual situation, as a directly manifested reflection projected of yourself at any given moment. If you're going to be dishonest, expect the people in the world around you to be dishonest. If you're going to be kind and do more for others than you do for yourself, expect the same to come back to you. And that's about it.
I love that. Great quote from the Geoman, the Geomancer. From a comment from the channel Zane Ivy. Shout out from South Korea. I love it. I love it. Was it Bobby Two Crows from? Was he from South America or Mesoamerica? One of the two. And here we have Zane Ivy from South Korea. Shout out to South Korea. That's amazing to me that we have people watching this show live in South freaking Korea. Dr. Robert, the turn is yours.
All right. At the last show, even though we took a break, man, I promise you guys I'll tell you what the magic word of the story was. The magic word of the story is believe. So if you got that right, man, you nailed it. I'm gonna say like I always say, support my girl, ALC, and I got one more story for you before I check out. And here's another story. And this story is for my for the white listeners, for the US born white listeners. I want you to listen to this story. I recall a captivating story about a young woman named Maya, journeying to discover who she truly was and her life's purpose. She felt lost and uncertain, as if wandering in the darkness aimlessly without a guiding light. One day she stumbled upon an old woman who lived in a small cottage at the edge of a thick forest. The old woman saw the confusion and uncertainty in Maya's eyes and invited her in for tea and conversation. As they sat over steaming cups of tea, the old woman shared a mesmerizing story about a bird that was born in a dark and cramped cage. The bird had never known anything else, and it had resigned itself to a life of confinement and misery. But then one day, a powerful gust of wind blew open the door of the cage, and the bird flew out into the open air. At first, the bird was terrified and disoriented, but gradually it began to soar higher and higher, exploring the vast expanse of the sky. With each flight, the bird discovered new abilities and strengths that it had never known before. The story was so vivid and richly imagined that Maya felt as if she was there, soaring through the clouds with the bird. She could feel the rush of the wind on her face and the warmth of the sun on her back. The colors of the sky were vibrant and majestic, with hues of pink, orange, and gold, blending together in a hypnotic rhythm. Maya listened intently to the old woman's story and realized that just like the bird, she too had the potential for growth and transformation. She started to explore the world around her, trying new things and pushing herself out of her comfort zone. Gradually, she discovered new talents and strengths that she had never known before, and she found a sense of purpose and direction in her life. The old woman encouraged Maya to share her own experience and insights with others, and Maya became a mentor and guide for other young women who were on their own journeys of self-discovery. This story is a beautiful reminder that even when we feel trapped and lost, we have the potential to break free and soar to new heights. By exploring our own abilities and strengths, we can discover our true purpose in life and become the best versions of ourselves. The vivid imagery and hypnotic rhythm of the story makes it an unforgivable experience that stays with you long after it is over. Think that through in the context of whiteness, and maybe we'll discuss. Support Daniel. Good day, everyone. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Get others subscribed. Tell other people about the show, and donate if you can, man. We really appreciate it. And have a good Friday and a good weekend. And vote for my girl, man. Vote for my girl. We got to take this country back, man. It's a start. Vote for people and other people like her, and demand that your politicians behave just like her. Get money for you, building community projects for your children, trying to get you guys affordable housing. If she can do it, your politicians can do it. We need to get these rich people out of office. They're not listening to us. They're giving our money to people who haven't chipped in, while they're letting American citizens suffer and starve. It's unacceptable. And the only way we're going to get our country back is that we have to teach them a lesson. And the only way we teach them a lesson is get past our differences for one moment and vote all these old and rich motherfuckers out, dude. And put people in there just like us. People who look just like us. People who work hard just like us. Black, white, brown, whatever. As long as they know what it's like to struggle and put food on your table and are a paycheck away for being out on the motherfucking streets, dude, those are the people who we need in office, because those are the people who understand 90% of us. You know, the 1% is cool. They shouldn't even be in politics. They have all the money in the world, not a care in the world. We have every right to get ours. So that's all I'm saying, man. So let's put them aside, man. And we got to teach these motherfuckers a lesson, because they want to do what they want to do and not what we tell them what the fuck to do. And that's it. All right, Danny.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I had myself muted.
Hello.
Oh boy. Okay. Sorry about
Can you
that.
hear me?
I had a
Can
little
you hear me, Major
moment of mass
Tom?
stupidity. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me, Major Tom?
Can you hear
Can you
me,
hear
Major Todd?
me as I'm floating in a tin can? I'll
I'm
fly high above the
floating in a tin
world.
can.
Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. Dun, 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 boom, boom, dun, 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 dun. Blue. Major Tom, can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? I do David Bowie.
That's a beautiful song.
Can you hear as I'm floating in a tin can, high above the world? Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do.
I'm selling you on global
Selling you
centralism.
out to everyone.
Global centrism is the truth.
Global center, we're up in space controlling you. Major Tom.
Controlling
No.
you. I like it.
We could do like the Major Tom, Davey Bowie in space, and then there's all. Remember, I got a buzz. Remember, Judas Priest
Breaking the law, breaking the law.
breaking the law, but they also
You
did
don't
that
know what it's like.
song in space.
If you knew what it was like, you'd be doing the same thing too.
I love that
Breaking
song.
the law, breaking the law.
Breaking the law, breaking the law, bang, bang, down, breaking the law, breaking the law, down, down. Judas Priest is like predicting the future with those heavy metal albums.
Don't forget,
Breaking the law, we're all breaking the law. They were so good.
Vengeance.
Screaming for vengeance, so good. Oh God,
And then there was,
screaming for vengeance. Yeah, one little difference. Scream.
one of my favorite songs of theirs, I think it's called Bloodstone.
Oh, Bloodstone. Dun, 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 dun. Fuck, they should bring back old heavy metal. That would heal the world right there.
You know, I always
Bring
loved
back
Judas
people back to
Priest.
1985.
But somebody told
shitting you.
me at their concerts it was like a bunch of gay guys in leather making out.
Well, he was gay and in leather and making out after the show, but we didn't realize that when we were listening to the concert.
Yeah, I always thought
I saw him one time. No, I saw a priest. I saw a priest with like Judas Priest, Iron Maiden, and fuck. I saw this wild show back in the mid '80s. Yeah,
that's
was
metal
just
as
all of
fuck.
them. It was metal as fuck. I saw
Metal
those
as fuck.
Scorpions. It was like Judas Priest, Iron Maiden, and Scorpions all in one.
Todd's so fucking metal.
Yeah, I was metal as fuck. That's why the theme song to shows like that reminds me of those days.
That's why he's on this show, because Todd
just cool.
instills this show with like that MTV sort of vibe. Todd is MTV.
I'm just bringing us back to what they used to say, and then I looked at what they were saying, and it was all bullshit. So you got to bring it all forward into the future. We're all being screwed by all this bullshit, right, Daniel?
Exactly.
It's all a psyop. It's all a psyop. We don't buy one word.
Did you add some new stuff to your background?
Some new. I always change the books. I'm trying to get them in line. I'm trying to sort them. I just got down here. I just
love
put my
that.
library together. I'm trying to.
I love that Hound of the Baskervilles big book you have back there.
Well, that's a poster that I said I'd put at the top of the library. The library is going like 8 feet high.
Love it.
Hound of the Baskervilles was this Sherlock Holmes classic story. If you haven't read Sherlock Holmes, Arthur Conan Doyle, please get into that.
Oh, shit. We lost him. All right, Todd. We better draw this to a close. I'm running out of time here, buddy.
Daniel, thank you for your show. I love this show. Everyone on here, please come back again. Give Daniel $5, $10, $100. Give Daniel a guitar that's worth a fortune. If you love this show, come back again and realize what we're doing over here. And if it goes away, rail against the dying of the light. Thanks, Daniel. Love you, my man.
Thank you, Todd. Todd the bod. He is the man as well. Longtime friend of this show. And yes, please donate $5, $10. Send me your Fender Stratocasters and your Gibson Les Pauls and any other guitars, your Ibanez's, any guitars of value, please. I will gladly accept donations of that nature. Now, let us get to the Beastwood, Eastwood, Aestwood himself, Clint, Third World Assassin.
It's 420. Need some
Hell
more
yeah.
money.
420. Perfect time
Who's
to bring
in
him
the
on.
house? End of days in the house. Who's in the house? Third World
Roll
Assassin
call.
in the house. Who's in the house? Dr. Rob is in the house. Who, you get the idea. That's what that coffee beer will do to a person. Who's brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. Not really, but yeah, I guess hit me up on YouTube or Twitter or both. Third World Assassin, Clint Eastwood, AEST. It's AE is one letter. There's also 9 other profiles on Twitter that are copying me that are some kind of foreigners that are seeing that I had interactions with famous people on Twitter, so now they're all like pretending to be me or something. I don't know what's going on with there. Yeah, I think it stems from Ice-T and Missy Elliott tweeting back to me a few times,
Oh, not bad.
Yeah, and that I don't know. I'm not sure. That's my theory, I guess, is that they're like, oh, he knows rich people. Let's pretend we're him, and somehow, and then I have their lookalikes all try to inbox me and shit. Like, oh, hey, it's the real me. You want some concert tickets? And it's like, oh, just give us your number of this thing, and then we swear to God we won't scam you. But yeah,
Give us your social.
I'm always saying listen to Lane Cooper on my YouTube or anywhere. Just go to the whatever source.
What's going on? Are you going live tonight?
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you want to come on. I think I did send you a link on Twitter.
I might show up, maybe.
When anybody else who wants to come on, they can just inbox me and I'll send them a link, because I've been more secure about sending links out because of weird people and stuff, and just to avoid that whole scene. But yeah, definitely oh yeah, I did post a link in the comments of Logan's thing, but it didn't go through, so it is in the private chat. But if you wanted to repost that, I posted his Cash App. Let me just I can copy it. I think it's just to scroll up a little bit and you'll see it, and then you can repost it or whatever, just to help him get a fucking headquarters so he can get a computer going. I told him if he did get a headquarters, I might have computer parts I can mail to him so he can make a new desktop or something.
Huh. Well, it didn't really work for me either. So if you want that link, you will have to cut and paste, copy and paste.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the link. I just put it in the private. But yeah. But yeah, listen to Lane Cooper. Trust nobody. Read everything. Trust nobody. Look it up. See for yourself. If they're, these articles are all written like fucking smoke and mirrors. You go to any article, you'll see it's fucking there's no verifiable evidence in almost every article, and it's like they're not quoting the source. They're not it's crazy. I mean, and I'm not talking about any side in particular. I'm talking about the whole picture of news in general is, it's put together in a way to where, if it was to come to a courtroom, I don't think it would hold water, and that it would, that all these, there's so much, they're just making these stories just to sell them, and they're making all this fear porn basically just to sell it. And that fucking, what it's doing to people is it's making them in a state of mind of fear, making them want to spend more money. Technically I was going to bring up when you guys were talking about food and food being fear, tainted with fear and poor living quality, is that the workers who work for these big corporations also make the food, and that they hate their jobs and they hate the food, and they're fucking slapping these burgers together, and fucking it's all put together with all this bad intention. And it's just like that, what's that Japanese guy that makes the water freezing experiments where the ice crystals freeze better with good intentions but freeze imperfect with bad, and that whole like theory, you could basically link it to people's cells, having broken DNA, which creates unregulated cell growth, which can cause tumors, which that in essence is cancer. Is these is our DNA being I mean, that's not the only cause of cancer. I mean, some say that the any GMO food is, since it's got an unstable DNA strand, that if it breaks, if it's unstable and you ingest it and then it's absorbed into yours, the unstable strain can break and try to attach itself to your DNA. And if it gets in a cell and then it attaches itself, that's the whole idea of well, I'm not going to say the words, but the modern juice that they're trying to give everybody is, it's gene manipulation, and that unstable genes cause cancer basically, and that when the cells are unregulated in their reproduction, that's a tumor. And that I highly suggest these two plants, Sangre de Grotto, and then cat's claw. And those also work for like IBS type symptoms and all sorts of shit. But then the graviola, that's the other anti-cancer plant. And then Dr. Leslie Taylor, she shows a bunch of documentation and lab rat studies that actually works. And that I had like a tumor on my ankle before I started taking those, and it went down to nothing. And like same with the one in my hand. It's pretty much gone. I mean, it's still there, but it's I don't know, just promoting the plant medicine.
Show us that again. The pills, whatever you're shaking around.
Oh. Yeah, the Sangre de Grotto. It's also like
Grotto.
Yeah, it's dragon's blood. It's like a tree sap. I would get the
shit.
Mexican or South American sources, because the India sources are a different strain of the tree. But it's like an antiviral, antifungal. It cures all sorts of shit. And then the cat's claw is that's also like anti-arthritis, anti-depression, anti-cancer. It does like 40 different things. It treats ulcers. It's like these plants are if we were to quote unquote go back to the Garden of Eden, people would speculate that would entail going back to the original form of humans, like in the Amazon jungles, who are ingesting all these plants that have ancient roots and basically curing any illness. And that there was a shaman who was Terrence McKenna. He slightly apprenticed under him. He was looking for a different shaman, and that the dude, he came across this other dude who was an escaped slave from America, who this escaped black dude from slavery went to South America, then apprenticed under a shaman, was taught the secrets of ayahuasca and the plant medicine, and then he apprenticed a lady with leprosy who was cured of the leprosy through the ayahuasca, and that Terrence apprenticed under him because he couldn't find this other shaman, and that this dude was 10 times more legit probably. But they were saying, the dude is like 100 years old, and fucking he was, he didn't look like he was more than 40. And they're ingesting all these plants that are basically curing any illness. And that the keeping them youthful and stuff, and fucking you know, if we want to defeat the New World Order, I'd say we need to be as healthy as we can be, even though I haven't exercised a long time. But like, you know, the plants are a way to beat the big pharma and to beat the fucking to make sure that we're not, you know, it'll also help prevent what's that called, the dementia and stuff when you get older and stuff, you know, all these you know, I think the native ways of the ancient tribes of like South America, I think they're because their whole system of life was untouched from the outer world for the longest point, you know, because the northern, well, plus the Amazon jungle has 50,000 species of plants per acre compared to any other part of the world, which is 3,000 to 5,000 plants per acre. And that, so their botany spectrum is huge. I mean, they're rocking fucking the most plants in the whole world, and that their culture all surrounded these plants in this giant garden with a river, and like you know, the key to life, I think, is to help people, and that the biggest way you could help them is to heal them. And like this is, you know, everybody's talking about magic and stuff, but this isn't necessarily magic, but in a way it is. It's plant magic, and that the plants are what, you know, humans are plant ingesting creatures that, you know, have roamed the earth, and that these plants are here to help us, and that I definitely promote the plant ingestion route to prevent cancer and all this, because I mean, we're being subjected to huge amounts of radiation, even just a cell phone. I mean, the cell phones are designed where you know, anyone, it's designed based on the thickness of the male skull. So any an adult male skull, so any female or child that uses a cell phone is, so the cell phone isn't designed to be safe for them. It's only designed for the thickness of a male adult skull. And so people all around the whole world are being subjected to these wavelengths that are causing unregulated cell mutations and all sorts of stuff. You know, it's like, you know, ever since they ever unveiled that 5G thing, you know, there's been a large number of plant mutations and human problems with, you know, I think that certain wavelengths can cause mutations of viruses, and that, you know, that it's like it all bases around, you know, are they violating the Nuremberg codes, or are they not controlling it and they're just unaware of all this stuff going on? But, you know, healing is, you know, the healing plants are the power of life and death, and the power of life is the most powerful thing. And so, yeah, basically just be aware of plants and their healing properties. I guess that's all I got to say.
Right
and
on.
Promote the Constitution.
And head over to Clint's channel after the show if you have any wind left in your cells. Looks like Geo is asking to come on. Cool stuff. Clint will be you'll be going live at what time tonight?
Probably like a half hour, so midnight. Well, midnight my time.
Catch him over there. Oh my, what a great show. I want to keep the show digestible, like I always say, so I'm going to just run through the rest of the stuff. Let's do that. Mind-blowing moment of the day. I'd like to think it was our talk about chicken. I found the chicken-related discussions to be very enlightening. I love chicken. I love to cook chicken. So if I can get better quality chicken out there, I'm all for it. If I can get better eggs, I'm all for it. If I can get chicken that doesn't taste like shit and tastes delicious and meaty and fluffy and chickeny, then that's the type of chicken that I definitely want. Moving on to sports. the NFL draft did take place. So exciting. Also coinciding with the WWE draft. It's funny how close they try to make the WWE draft look to the actual NFL draft. If anyone's actually actual. Looks like, unfortunately, Michael Penix Jr. was drafted by the Falcons. The Seahawks are really trying hard to get him, but they got some good guys. They got some good defensive players. So I'm not too broken up about that. But the draft is so strange. It kind of reminds me of the Hunger Games and really reminds me of how badly this football sport has captivated the world and how popular it is now. I remember when football was popular in the United States, and over in all the other countries they played soccer, or they would call football American football, and they would call their soccer football. But now it seems like American football has really taken over, and you are seeing American football taking over Europe, Japan, Africa, Canada, South America. You're just seeing it explode everywhere. Now everybody's watching the Super Bowl. The last Super Bowl was the most watched anything ever. No event has had as many eyes on it at once as the Super Bowl that transpired many months ago, featuring Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. They were the stars of the Super Bowl. Those two programmed Satanists, that witch Taylor Swiftie, flying away swiftly on her broom, putting the masses under her spells. Moving over to the world of MMA boxing, it looks like Nagano, he's talking about his 15-month son passed away. That's so sad. A guy that's at the height of his career, making so much money, participating in these high-profile fights, that he would lose his very young son. That's very terrible. Prayers go out to him. Besides that, I just wanted to say, remember to head over to endofdaysradio.com, where you can keep up on everything End of Days Radio, get an updated list of guests, as well as that donate button. Please donate to End of Days Radio. Help me keep the lights on and the servers running. Your donations are so greatly appreciated. And thank you so much. Each and every one of you that has donated in the past, you guys are so good. I don't care if you donated $5 10 years ago. I am thanking you right now. You guys rock. Plain and simple. I had a fun show tonight. The guest, he kind of just, I want to say he canceled, but we kind of restructured things. It's fine. We're gonna reschedule. But I wasn't worried about it. It was fine. It was as good as any show with guests on it, because that is the power of this program, and that is the caliber of people that we bring on the show and have on panel and take part in this court of owls, because we are the ones that can see what others cannot. I have X-ray vision. I can see Taylor Swift's panties. I'm just joking. Calm down, everybody. I'm not a pervert. And that's pretty much all I've got tonight. I think you can put a fork in me. I'm done. I've been cooking for a while in these hellfires, and I am finally roasted. I'm roasty toasty. If anybody has anything that they would like to say to me, I encourage you to take part in the live show, or send me an email, or send me a message on Twitter or something like that. You guys know I don't fuck with the Discords and stuff like that anymore. I don't. I'm not going to make a message board around the show or anything like that. I don't want this show to become like too much of an inside joke or based around a small cult community. This show's for everybody. It's meant to be mainstream. It's meant to be picked up and enjoyed by a mainstream audience. And I do that because I don't see any point in trying to preach to the people that already know these things, or think they do, or at least have some understanding that we do indeed live inside of a matrix. That's why I wear these sunglasses after all. But in any case, I love you guys. You are beautiful people. Your ears are beautiful, the way that they absorb the words on this show. And I feel privileged to have you as a listener. I feel privileged to have anything to do with you. And I encourage you to do whatever you can to spread awareness of the show through word of mouth, because that really is the best marketing that anybody could possibly have, is to have a show that's so good it advertises and sells itself. I am Daniel. I am thanking you for participating in this program in the way that you do. You make this show possible by simply listening, because when I go away, I hear nonstop how much you all miss me. And that is how I feel loved. And I think that's just great. Join me next time here, next Friday. That's when we do the show, usually at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Let me double check that. I'm sorry, there's no show next week. I forgot. I'm going to a baseball game, so I will not be doing a show next week. I apologize, everybody, but even I need a little break every now and then. And hey, I haven't been to a ball game in a while, so take me out to the ball game. I need a little break. But I'll be back on the 18th. We're actually not going to be on Friday. We're going to be on Saturday at 11 a.m. special time for End of Days Radio. People in other countries that normally aren't able to be a part of this live show will be able to be part of this live show on that Saturday, May 18th at 11 a.m. And we will also be returning to Fridays the following Friday, the 24th, and we will be featuring from the Occult Rejects Research Institute, BD Salerno, who we have had on when we had the Occult Rejects on, but we will be talking to her exclusively. Oh boy, are we in for a treat? Or what? Or what? Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. I am so full of gratitude. I will see you here next time. This is the End of Days, signing out from those itty-gritty, decaying, broken ruins. Good night.